Hello and welcome to the basement where D&D is meant to be played. I'm Dakota King of the Cardboard Castle and I'm going to be your host and Dungeon Master for tonight's game for our finale of Season 1 of Paper Stars. Barring any extreme bullshit, tonight will be the finale of Season 1, after which we're going to take a pretty long hiatus as we prepare for Season 2. In the meantime, check out our Twitter account at The Trash Castle for news and scheduling updates, as well as information on our new Patreon, which should launch with the start of Season 2.
Oh my.
We're excited to hear your thoughts of the kind of things you want in that Patreon. Just message us, tweet at us, be annoying, tell all your friends. Just make sure everybody you know watches this show, because that's all that matters in life, is our show.
Yep,
right?
That's right. We're all that matters.
We wish.
Yeah.
That Patreon should launch with the start of Season 2. Over the break, we're planning to bring you some one-shots and other bonus content, as well as some live streams with some special guests, if I can coerce them into indulging in our chaos. Look forward to seeing some new people behind the DM screen, as well as maybe some new players to come in and just rotate in with this game. But I suppose, without further ado,
Adieu.
we're going to jump right into tonight's game.
Adieu.
Ado-dee-doo-dee-doo.
You said no further ado, so I had to add more adieus.
Do you want to die?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Good. Glad to know it.
I don't want Taruk to die, though.
Oh, too bad.
Okay.
It's a baggage deal. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kill one, kill the other. Die in
Yeah.
the game, die in real life.
That's right. It's
You know,
the Matrix.
As you do.
I've played this game before.
Last time on the episode titled Personal Growth in Terror, Taruk made a decision. He decided that he wasn't done with the little god of Blackhollow and was determined to say his piece. He and Hayes, who went with him, ascended to the mountain temple. They were invited onto holy ground once more, enticed into a cavern that seemed familiar in its construction, similar to the Meanlock tunnels beneath Steingrove. At camp, having awoken in a panic, Kemi begged Throngless to help bring them back, fearful of the dragon in the area. They chased up the mountain once more, following Hayes and Taruk, but arrived too late to keep them from descending into the tunnels beyond. Before they committed to following, Kemi was directed by some internal force to dive into the pool at the center of the temple after a glimmering treasure that she thought just might come in handy. Then, frantic and exhausted, you descended once more into the depths, followed a suspiciously straightforward path north, and emerged to face not only the dawn, but a corrupted dragon that has haunted Blackhollow for your entire journey. Dragons, as we know, are conduits of elemental magic in the material plane. Some elements require more control than others, some require less. Without these conduits, the forces they represent would become loose, wild. Energy in that state, in the confused swirling of the material plane, can manifest in dangerous and unpredictable ways. Pure concentrations of those sources of magic can tend to be less agreeable. Dragons of Omar are not natural creatures. They are manifestations, crafted by the gods themselves. When one dragon dies, the magic they commanded is released back into the plane where it belongs. Of that energy, new dragons are born. Some of these magical sources are small and require only one or two dragons of their type to maintain and wield in what we know to be the natural world. They keep a balance. Some, the rare and unique kinds, are horribly lonely because of it. When a dragon understands that they are to die, they will often seclude themselves. They release the energy they hold slowly so that it does not leak into the material plane and wreak havoc. When a dragon is killed, there is no time for this careful release of magic. There is no time to control that raw divinity, so it must be used. It must be consumed, so that the magic can seep back into the earth to be purified, to cycle back to where it belongs, like the rain that falls on dusty soil and trickles once more into the sea. In the last gasps of a dragon's life, it is all that they can do to divert a terrible flood. As Chelduril the Deliverer raises her eyes to the dawn, she fears that her divine duty may be upon her. As those eyes alight upon a band of wayward intruders, that fear solidifies into determination. They have come to take your magic, her special visitor whispers in her ear. You should take theirs first. Eat them. Chelduril raises to her feet, spreads her coppery wings, and raises her head in defiance. In the language of her forebears, in the language of her divine charge, she speaks. Zalim be with you, you little rats. I need everybody to roll initiative.
Ooh, let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Great. Fantastic. I love it. I love it here.
Yeah.
Alright. 25 to 20.
I do not.
Nobody?
Nope.
15 to 20.
18.
19.
18.
Okay, 19 Cammy.
Yep.
18
Groundless and Haze.
Dex is between you two.
14.
16.
So
So
Hayes
Hayes
then
first.
Groundless.
10 to 15. Really?
I got a 5.
Oh my god.
Kind of checks out for his headspace, though. Right
Yeah,
now.
I'm a little like dragon.
Yeah, you
That's so cool. Also,
5 total, you said?
5, yes. 5 total.
You go before the dragon.
What?
The dragon rolled a 1.
Ooh.
Ooh. Problem one.
You do go after the mean locks, though.
I'm a little shocked the dragon's being, evil monologue.
Yeah.
It fits.
Yeah.
She's also not all there right now.
Yes,
So-
I'm aware.
So, jumping right in.
Yeah.
As you emerge out of the darkness into the dawn, eyes sort of facing the sun, not quite. It is off to the east of you and you are facing north. You can see this clearing in a large forested area that has been carved out by this spaceship that has landed and drug this long scar across the face of the mountain. You are towards the front of all of that wreckage. You can see a couple of bits of like wing bits or corners of this ship that have sort of dug themselves into the ground. And then far ahead of you, you can see the cockpit of this ship. And on top of it, this copper dragon is sunning herself and has raised up on all fours high above you to look at you. You can see in the shadows of some of these bits of rubble these meanlocks that are sort of blinking to life in the long angled shadows of the dawn and huddling into the shadows of these bits of rubble. So take for that what you will.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that happens as you emerge and as she shakes herself to life, her tail swings behind her and sort of seems to dip into the front of this cockpit where like the window has smashed, and it almost seems to hit some kind of machinery almost on accident. It's not something that she's like reaching for to move, but part of like the disparate bits of the ship's magically charged engine do kind of start to sputter and glow and hum as they are spread across this wreckage. Bits of almost like arcane crystal, which Hayes, you recognize having been on some older vessels in the last couple of years. These are bits of a arcane core to some kind of spaceship that have been spread out. You're not quite sure the mechanics of them. Yes, those are the little fluorite crystals that I have spread across the map.
Cool.
But
Dope.
sometimes
They're
an
not gonna
arcane.
explode.
Definitely.
Yeah, you'll find out.
Yeah.
But I would like somebody to roll me a d6 for our lair action.
Oh, I'll do it.
Do the thing.
Kiwi. 4.
4.
And then are we going clockwise from here?
You do whatever you want, honey. Okay.
Okay.
I'm supposed to go clockwise.
She
Crack
has
your
a-
back, like break your neck sort of stuff.
Oh.
That's it.
Exorcist head spinning. Yeah, okay.
That's within 120 feet, you think? Yeah.
Is it? I don't know if it is.
I'm so sorry.
Fuck, we're all clustered. Jesus Christ.
You are all clustered. She is going to raise her head, and her eyes, that like electric blue ring around her irises, seems to flash as she uses her own innate magic, and in a 10-foot cube surrounding, starting with Cammy moving back, I need everyone. So that that only
10 foot
affects.
per side, yes?
Let me double check.
Because that's only hit 2 of us.
Because that's only going to hit me.
10 foot square area, yes.
So her and Volks. are the
Yeah,
only ones
it's
that
just
are-
going to affect her and Volks. So
Cammy and Volks.
I need Cammy and Volks both to make dexterity saving throws.
Yeah, because the rest of us are just spread
Let's
out. enough.
go.
Shit.
My dice.
All right,
bro.
all right, all right.
I failed hard. Volks got a 5.
19.
19. Okay, so Cammy, you actually end up, you kind of like launch yourself up and step on like Volks's, because you're just grabbing at anything solid as the ground beneath you becomes this like thick, viscous mud and starts to like grab at your feet.
Volks is hovering.
Fuck. All right, so
Hover boosters for the win.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Hover cheese in it.
Volks is like kind of low to the ground, right?
Uh-huh.
And so Cammy, you like kick off of Volks, and Volks is like
Thanks,
nose
old friend.
like dips into the mud and then hovers back up, and you use Volks as like a jumping pad to get off to the edge of this like pit of mud.
Oh, I did find a good use for your robot.
Should we just do it as advantage then? Because if she pushes him far enough in the mud.
That's narrative.
Okay.
Okay. That's.
I was trying to
He's
give
just
you
dirty now.
not a completeness on that.
You have a dirty bug.
Oh no,
It's
there's
dirty,
plenty
dirty
other.
dog.
There's plenty of other shit.
Okay.
That'll
Yeah.
Come back to get you guys.
Oh.
That is the layer action. That's gonna be Cammy.
Is the ground there permanently altered? Or is it...
It does not turn back as far as you can see.
So it just looks like mud now.
It is just mud currently.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's like a. It's not difficult terrain. It's a. If you step in it, you have to make the saving throw. It's just above difficult terrain.
Yeah, so Cammy, as soon as she gets up onto solid ground, she's like, oh yeah, I'll show you a little rat. And she then looks back at everyone and says, scatter! As she's going to charge forward and try and get some cover to make sure that we're not all clustered together.
Okay, go ahead and move yourself.
Yeah, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 right there.
So you
Up to
dash
the first.
forward and you kind of crouch under some rubble that's ahead of you. That's
Yeah.
one of the pieces that is like sunk
Yeah.
partway down into the earth, and you can hear some kind of skittering in the hollow of that metal behind you.
Yeah, that's about right. And now bonus action use patient defense.
Patient defense?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
That is it.
All right, Hayes.
Haze will go. Do. Not good, not good, not good. Move 30s.
Yeah, can we move you?
Problem is, the main way to go is in the same direction, so
Yeah.
scattering isn't exactly easy.
Not super easy.
You can go up, though, as well. Because you
I
can fly.
can go up, but I can't really cast or attack really well while I
Fair.
do it.
Hmm.
So that's not exactly good. I'm probably just gonna have to go to here. And I will activate
Move up 30 feet.
Move
Not
up
quite
30
to rubble.
feet.
We'll get to last one.
Screw it. As he sprints up, he will whisper on the wind as ghostly whooshes go around him. He goes, Spirad, Kamnora, and all of a sudden a bunch of harpy people that look somewhat similar to Hayes will begin spinning around him.
Fuck yeah! Summon the
As
fam.
he spins- Yeah! And ta-da. He has
Alright.
those spinning around.
And so you just have
Spirit Guardians.
Spirit
active.
Guardians. Got it.
Concentration marker.
Yeah, concentration marker on
Boop.
you. On your boy.
On your boy Hayes.
Hey there, demons. It's me, your boy.
Yeah.
All right.
It's your boy Skinny
Is that all
Hayes.
for you?
Yeah.
All right.
I
Thrombus.
did as much movement as I could.
Bonus action, activate my shield.
Okay.
Action.
Thrombus glows with that sort of techie, arcanish light.
Same thing as Haze, except more blood daggers.
Cool, good.
Spiritual Guardians, go! And concentration marker.
Bring out your daggers.
All right. What is the radius of that again?
It's a 15-foot radius. Anything within 15 feet of me has difficult terrain.
So they're just outside of it.
Just outside of it. Got it. Everyone is sort of approaching, but fanning out from that first bit of rubble towards. You're still a ways away from that dragon, but. All right. Anything else from you, Thromus?
That is everything I can do.
All right. The Meanlocks go. Anyone see 1, 2, and 3 are going to. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35. That's about 50, right?
To like here?
Yeah, to get into that shadow.
That's about 50.
Okay. 1 and 2 are going to poof out of shadow and poof into this long shadow of this bit of rubble right here. 3 is going to stay where it's at. It's going to just kind of move around here. Let's see. 4 and I don't see where 5 is. I think they're over here.
5, 6, and 7 are under the dragon.
All right. 5, 6, and 7 are going to stay where they're at. 4 is going to poof into the rubble next to you guys. So are
8 and 9.
8 and 9. And they're all trying to stay huddled in that shadow.
Yeah, the shadow goes to
that.
about
Cool.
here. It's like this triangle.
Yeah. 10, 11, and 12, because they did not use their. Actually, that's part of their movement, so they get more stuff.
9 and 8 are entering his field.
Yes.
What do they do entering the field?
Oh, got it.
Why would you do that? What is
I
wrong?
have them up there. Cool. I need wisdom saving throws.
Yep.
Okay. I'm just going to roll wisdom saving throws as a group each round,
That was
because
cool.
fuck that. Wisdom, you say?
Wow, that was trash.
8.
Cool, that's a failure. They take 5 points of necrotic damage.
Good.
Big
good.
money.
Well, now they're
And
going to be
that's-
taking more damage.
8 and 9, you said?
8 and 9.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, same with 4.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I guess he's just in 15. He's just they're all just out of hazes now.
Okay, so.
And
Four
now
used that.
all movement is difficult terrain.
Yep.
It actually is apparently always difficult terrain, whether or not they succeed or fail.
Oh, good.
Affected creature speed is halved in the area. When a creature enters the area for the first time or starts their turn, makes a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
They'll say they take damage.
Yep, for
Otherwise,
now.
they take half damage.
Those will stay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, they're just barely in that set of marks. It's a 15-foot.
10,
Yeah,
11, and
there's-
12, not knowing they have failed that saving throw because I'm rolling that all together. They're also going to come out and be in the light, and they're going to 10, 11 are going to swing around and attack Cammy.
Okay.
4 is going to attack Cammy as well, and then 12, 8, and 9 are going to all attack Thrawless. The numbers don't matter. 3 are on Cammy. And 4 are on
Attacks have
Thrawless.
disadvantage.
Cool, good.
I'm gonna say in 10, if that is the
Yeah,
spot
10.
that is within 15. I'm not sure about 11.
11
4
would
and
be
el-
able to position not.
4
I
and
think
11 are outside.
But 10 would be hit.
No, 4 would be just in.
Oh, 4 is just in.
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
Who all is in?
So 10 and 11 are getting hit, or 10, just 10 is getting hit by hazes. Or
Okay. Since it's a different effect, different roll, that is
I
a
believe we have different damage types.
19 is going to be the
Yeah,
save
that'll
on that
save.
one.
Half
So I think it's
damage.
still half, yes.
Yes, it is.
3d8, yes.
Ooh, big money.
Not bad, not bad.
That's not full damage, but still.
17 halved, rounded down, you're looking at 8.
8
Yes.
to 10.
8 radiant.
Nice. All right.
If it matters.
Cammy, first attack on you is plus 4. 17.
Miss.
Second one is 16, so that one will also miss.
Armor class is 18.
Yeah. So they each get 2 attacks,
Mhm.
2 claw attacks per. So that was 4. That's a double failure by
10.
the next one. We're not going to worry about that. 11. The low number is 19.
Yeah, just
19,
barely
okay.
above. Yeah.
Okay. Fuck is big. And these guys, as you get like a closer look at them, they are a little more of that draconic presence of some of the ones that you saw underneath Steingrove.
Oh,
There were
interesting.
some that were the ones that you had seen on the road at the beginning of your journey, and then some were that like draconic presence.
Okay.
These all seem to have like scales and that sort of like glowy nature to them. And that glowy nature doesn't seem to go away at any point like they did earlier. So these being closer to that corrupted draconic power have more power to them. And so that is going to be 3 points of slashing damage to you and then 6 points of acid.
Okay. So 9 total?
9 total.
Cool.
Let's see. So those moved. That's rough terrain. They don't have enough movement to get back. So, not realizing that it was rough terrain that they were moving through, they did all come out into bright light.
Mm-hmm.
And so they all have to end their turns in bright light, not realizing that they were going through rough terrain.
Yep.
Fucking good shit, you guys. Proud of you.
Yay!
4, 9, and 8 are still in shadow. The rest are not.
11's the only one. Or actually 11 and 12.
12's just out, 10 is just out, and 11's out in the sun too.
4, 9, and 8 are safe, so those 3 are each taking 1d6 of radiant damage.
For 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, cool. That was 3 6s.
Oh my god.
And just being out in the sunlight, they start to kind of like hiss and smoke, and they all start kind of like making these screaming noises.
Yeah, not very smart little shites, are ya?
So that's fucking. It was 10, 11, and
10, 11, and
10,
12.
11, 12. Okay, cool. And that's going to be all the mean locks go. Not all of them are going to attack. I've rolled all of their recharges for that ability. All right. Tarek.
Taru?
I like seeing technology. Do I think I can harness some of the power from these engine shards to recharge my dark matter, my magic source for Volks?
Interesting.
Since I've spent a couple charges for them already.
Go ahead and roll me just a cursory, not computers,
Mechanics?
Yeah, just roll me a cursory mechanics check to see if you can think of a way to use that.
24.
24. You see these, you know exactly what these are. These are coupled engine cores. So there are several, this isn't like one core that has been fractured.
Right.
These are several that work in concert with one another, and so they are resonated with one another. And it seems as though with the way that they're kind of flashing, they're supposed to be in a housing that is supposed to harness that energy in order to help propel a ship forward, move a motor, help propel a ship forward, help power all of the things on a ship. It's supposed to create a magical circuit, right? Sometimes there are 5 of them, sometimes you'll have 9 of them, sometimes the ship will only have 3 of them, but it's always an odd number. You see 5 on the battlefield right now. You don't know if there might be more. But as you look at them, they are all attempting to connect with each other without the housings they're supposed to be in.
Okay.
All of that put together means Volks operates on a very similar principle, but with a single core. You're not sure what long-term effects it might have on Volks, but you could replace the core, given a high enough check to do this quickly in combat.
I could pop one of those crystals.
You could pop one of those crystals into where Volks' core is supposed to be. There might be consequences to that, but it could potentially bring Volks back up to full.
Super Saiyan Volks. Do it.
I'm not low enough yet that that's a concern, plus they're far enough away.
But it's possible.
It's good to know.
Just know that it will require another mechanics check to be hands-on. It will also require your action to do so.
I figured.
And then your bonus action to activate it.
Okay, so...
But if you get low enough, there's a possibility that you could bring Volks back up 100% to full.
Nice.
Turbocharged. But
So what you're saying is that Volks will become a spaceship. Got it.
Volks will become a spaceship.
Yeah.
You are right.
Episode title.
Okay. So he's hovering. His hover speed is 20. His actual land speed is 30. If he hovers past the mud and then hits on the ground, can I get an extra 5 feet to make it 25
Sure.
to average between? Okay, because that'll put him right there. Actually, we're gonna diagonal that last spot. No, I'm less concerned about you. So I'm gonna tell Volks to use his new toy that I gave him.
his new toy.
Oh
His new
no.
toy.
Oh god.
Are we about?
Fucking
Are we about to get in trouble with YouTube?
So he's gonna.
We're already in trouble.
He's
with
gonna
future. They
hover
just don't
past
know
the
it yet.
mud,
Yeah.
landing on the ground, treads full speed ahead, roll up just a little bit outside of reach of Thramless, and like the clicking sound a beetle might make, starts this repetitive click that starts to get louder and louder, and then explodes in a sonic blast. And I'm going to
Okay.
use Thunder Wave.
Okay.
Do it.
Which is going to hit.
Is it 15 foot or 10 foot?
It's good question.
Because I thought it was a 15.
I have written down 10. Double check.
It actually might be different. Is it specifically Thunderwave, or is it
It's
something specific to...
I believe it's Thunderwave. I'll look that up. You look up Thunderwave.
I love how we're scatter, but also.
Yeah, because it's just you gain.
Scatter but don't.
You gain
Yeah.
the spell.
Thunderwave
Also
is
run
15 foot
forward.
cube.
Okay. I don't know why I wrote 10. So
You probably go
I
back.
don't need that last bit then.
So that way you don't
Just
can't
the
make-
20 feet. Yeah.
All that bargaining for nothing.
It was very little bargaining actually, but.
It was enough for me.
So I need 4, 9, and 10 to make a con save.
4, 9, and 10.
Yes.
Just gonna make one con save across 3 of them, because fuck that. Shouldn't have. That's a con, you say?
Yes.
9, I say.
Oof.
Yeah, that's
That's
not
rough,
gonna
buddy.
save. It doesn't do tons and tons of damage. It's gonna do 2d8, which is
Really good.
I rolled decently well, a 3 and an 8.
Still, that's well,
11.
11.
And it's gonna push them back. Maybe the 10 feet was how far it pushes them.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm gonna note that.
Which
later.
ones were it?
4, 9, and... Sorry, 4, 9, and 10.
Yeah. Which 10 would be getting knocked into Cammy. 4 would be hitting the wall of this debris.
Sorry, it was 4, 9, and 11.
10.
10.
But if you want to give the damage to 11 as well...
10's not looking so great.
Are they going to take any extra damage for being knocked into anything, or just they get knocked into something?
Yeah, 'cause
Did
10
you already
were-
move them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, 4 had 5 feet into a building, 10 has 10 feet into Cammy.
Sure, fuck it. I'll roll some extra damage. You guys need it.
Mhm.
Sure. 4 will take the extra damage. The other one will not.
Okay.
Fair.
4 is also not looking so hot.
And then as he does that, I'm gonna duck around. Yeah, I know. I was gonna say duck around the mud.
Ducking
Duck
around
into
in
the
the
mud.
mud.
Look around.
I
Find
don't know
out.
if I should go to where there are the 2 cores or the 1
Just
core.
roll around
There's
in the
less
mud.
shadows over there, so he's gonna go where there's open sunlight. Move up behind Hayes a bit.
Using me as a target?
Oh, and
or as a
As a
shield?
since commanding Volks is just a bonus action, instead of being helpful and using like a cantrip or anything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Because why do that?
burn an air tank to double move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I'm gonna get up to this first node, this first crystal.
Okay.
And yeah, so I run up to that and I start looking at it.
Cool.
Because of course.
I'm gonna roll that into your mechanics check from earlier. Like,
Yeah.
I have a theory, and then you get up to it and you're able to confirm that theory,
This
but you're not
could
able to
work,
do
yeah.
anything with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't expecting
That one might be a little too, because they're of differing sizes. That one might be a little too big for you to work into
Volks.
Volk's core.
Okay.
But there is, you can, as you're like looking around, there is one over this, not the next closest one, but the one over on the west side of the
I
battlefield.
picked the wrong side.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one looks to be the perfect size to replace Volk's core with. You could make that one work, the one that is next to you.
It's gonna be harder.
It would be harder. It would be a harder check.
Is this one also smaller?
That one would also be a good size.
Okay.
I didn't want to point that one out though because it's close to the dragon, and I don't think you want to get close to the dragon.
We'll
But-
see. We'll see how things play out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where I end.
All right, the dragon's turn.
Yeah.
Cheldril the Temple Breaker,
Mm.
is going to flap her wings,
Oof.
and she is going to rise up into the air, and
No.
with her 80-foot fly speed, is going to.
Sure, it's not like 40, because that 40 would be better.
Sure, it's
for
not
me.
like 20.
She has a
make it
40-foot
feel better.
climb speed
Well, that's not
and a
helpful.
40-foot walking speed, but
Oh.
an 80-foot fly speed.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
So she's only going to get. That's 80 feet.
That's 80 feet.
She's only going to get. She's going to kind of arc around
Like
Mhm.
there-ish.
about 40 feet. So she's, away from you still. And in sort of a line, as many of you as she can catch, which I believe is going to be.
So she'd need to be on the ground to do that.
Huh?
She'd have to be on the ground to do that.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
She'd have to land again, yeah.
Womp womp.
To get a
Wah,
line.
wah.
That's true because otherwise it's just gonna be like.
Yeah, she's going to
diagonal.
fly in kind of this curve and land right about
Woo!
there. And
Line them up
regardless
for
of her thralls, there is going to spit a stream of acid, which is a 5-foot wide stream. Let me check the
Okay.
So
Cool.
I'm thinking
40-foot line, 5-foot wide.
Oh, 40
If we
foot, so
zigzag-
they'll have to get a lot closer.
Yeah,
More
she
or
would get
less.
closer to Taruk.
5, 10, 15.
I like the idea that
25.
right is true, because like, oh, I can make this work, and then
That would get Cammy and I.
Yeah, she'd do that.
And probably what, 11 and 4?
Yeah. As well as 11 and 4.
Yeah,
okay,
she'll aim for that.
okay, cool.
Just because y'all are closest. And so I need both of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
I'm so good at those.
All right.
Apparently I'm so good at those.
Nice.
I rolled a 19 for a total of 20. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Natural 2026.
Whoa, shit,
Yep.
y'all.
Ooh.
All right.
We
So you
came
take
close.
half damage.
Okay.
Which will probably just melt me. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, it won't matter.
I
That's
don't
okay.
have hit points.
Mhm.
I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
Don't have hit points.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm mathing.
I'm just gonna be ready to roll that con save to resist injury. Because I'm probably gonna take more than half my hit points of damage right now.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's too many dice.
49 points of damage halved.
24.
Okay,
24.
I'm dead. I'm past 0.
Whoa.
You're
That's
unconscious.
half is all of my hit points. More than all of my hit points. points. So yes.
Cool, good.
Okay.
Cool, good.
Okay,
So it's
so
not
I
enough
take.
to kill you outright, which is nice.
No, but yeah, that's
Not good.
Very bad.
Fuck. Yeah. What does that have?
24.
24.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 22 hit points total.
If
So
it helps, I rolled really well.
on a con
For you.
save to resist injury, I got a 13.
We'll get to that when you
Okay.
awaken from being unconscious. That is another one of the triggers for the lingering injuries table.
Okay.
But that is going to
So
be...
do I need to make one for taking more than half my hit points in a round and one for going unconscious?
No.
Okay.
You are at... Because that was one instance, you are at one level of injury.
Okay.
Well, you'll roll a con save to determine whether or not you are at a level of injury when you wake up. And that will just be one. So, if you take more after that, then we'll talk. But, alright. That is...
Not good.
She does not recharge her breath weapon after that, so
Okay.
just keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
But that is her action.
Maybe it wasn't a bad idea. There's 3 healers technically in this party.
Mm-hmm.
3 people who have capabilities of healing.
Yes, correct.
And she used all of her movement to get there, so she's just gonna kind of stand over Taruk's body
So 4.
and just kind of snarl.
Fuck.
But that's the end of her go. At the top of initiative, at initiative count 20, I would like someone to roll a d6, please.
I mean,
Go
I
hurry.
got it.
Or
I got it.
we're
We'll
going
go this way.
counterclockwise.
We'll go this way. 3.
3. Alright.
great.
She's a little mad.
Okay. Cool.
She has eliminated Taruk as a threat, she believes. And so she is going to, her eyes, that blue around her irises flashes again as she uses her own innate abilities, and she is going to cause the ground around Thromless, because Thromless is big, and also surrounded by blood knives, and that's kind of terrifying. A point on the ground that it can see within 120 feet of its stone spikes sprout from the ground at a 20-foot radius centered on that point. The effect is otherwise identical to the spike growth spell and lasts until the dragon uses their layer action again until the dragon dies. So,
So centered on me?
center on you.
Okay. That's gonna hit a lot of people.
5, 10, 15, 20.
So everyone
5,
but
15.
11 and Hayes.
Yeah, Hayes. Yep.
Cool.
Shit.
And you said dexterity?
Yes.
It's the spike growth spell.
It is a spike growth spell.
So I thought that was.
I can double check it. Spike growth is...
Yeah. So I think it's just. If we move, we take damage. There's no save.
I'll say...
Oh, yeah, there is no save.
It's a wisdom check against the DC to notice it, a perception check, but
Right.
there's no save. It's just if you move, you take
You
damage.
take damage. So,
Got it.
you don't take damage if you don't move, but it is difficult terrain currently. So, she is controlling that area.
Got it.
She wants to lock everyone down.
Yeah.
Well,
That's layer action Cammy. You're on the edge of this, so you
Yeah.
could step out of it. You'd still take
still
damage,
Take
but-
more damage, yeah. She's getting really fucking sick of just getting beat on, and she just saw Taruk, who she literally just promised that she would keep safe, who just got melted in front of her.
Yeah.
You know, just cash.
You know, casual things.
Just dragon things.
Mhm.
just dragon things. That's an episode title.
Just
Yeah.
dragon thing.
Yeah, I'm adding that. Hold on. Just
What a finale title. Just dragon things.
yeah,
Don't worry, YouTube won't flag us for dragging things.
bad dragon things.
Okay, now we're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
We're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Literally.
Yep.
Hey.
I want to start knocking out some of these mean locks.
Are you gonna say I want to start knocking on some wood?
I would
Like,
take out the You can't do much when you're surrounded by things.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do have Step of the Wind, so I could do that.
Yes, but
I think that she's going to see that and feel like she's failing it, so she's just kind of going into a rage at this point. and she is going to, seeing that 10 is just about dead, she's definitely going to take a shot at that one. Of course, my attacks are garbage. 12, does that one hit?
12 will hit.
12 will hit, awesome.
12 will barely hit.
Sweet. Let's see, I didn't specify what I was using that with, that's fine. I'll just say I was using fists for that one. So 4 points of damage to that one.
It's also in Hayes' aura, so it'll take more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is enough.
That's enough? Holy shit.
You just swing at it with a fist and bury your fist in its head, and it just like goops around your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see that kind of like vapor start to build up, and it is evaporating. It's
Yeah.
dead.
Does it seem like there's a person inside with this one again?
Since you killed it with fists,
It did take.
Well, it was in the sunlight, too.
it didn't die by radiant damage.
Yeah.
It just
If it is
took-
reduced to 0 by the radiant damage, then it will do the thing.
Okay.
If it is
I thought-
reduced
So
to 0
remember
by
that-
other things, it evaporates.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's just not really her priority right now.
Yeah, no,
So,
I understand.
Yeah.
You know, that person's family might not, but
Yeah. I'm not worried about them.
sure.
Yeah.
That was one attack.
That was one attack. How about his 4 right behind me?
4, also not looking great.
Also
not as bad, but
Okay.
not looking great.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I will take a swing at that one. I'm going to spend a key point for... Actually, I don't have to say it before I'm going to do it, so... yeah, let's go ahead and... $11.
11?
Yeah, just barely missed that
11.
one.
11 will miss.
Yeah.
Alright. Anything
Um,
else?
Bonus action.
Bonus action, flurry of blows.
Okay.
Yeah.
blown it with a flurry.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
You're
Yep.
welcome.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
A flurry of hooker and blows.
Exactly. It's a party.
Yeah.
I'm publishing this.
A D&D party.
Yeah. Yeah, she's going to try and take another shot at number 4.
Go for it.
12 again. Just barely hits.
Will hit. No
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah.
What is happening to my attack rolls?
They're a little rough.
Yeah, they're a little like...
Hey man, horseshoes and hand grenades.
Also, I was going to use... I didn't look at the damage yet. I was going to spend a key point for Hand of Harm and add...
Go for it.
Okay.
Fuck sure.
For radiant damage.
If you want to burn your key points now, on the
well,
minions.
it's technically necrotic damage.
Okay.
Unless you would allow me to technically use Hand of Healing as a form of radiant damage, but I don't think that
No.
that's how that's going to work. So,
The point
Bunch
is
of friends,
light.
seal red.
yeah. Yeah, it's not a whole lot. So that is 7 points of damage for number 4. And then for my last attack, she got...
It's not looking great, but it's still up.
Oh, Kimmy got fucked up because of all these attacks. So she is... Should I finish it off or should I just heal?
You gotta keep yourself alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yep.
use... I'm gonna use my last... I'm gonna use my last flurry of blow. With my 6th level ability, I can use it to heal myself.
Okay.
So I'm gonna spend. Oh yeah, it's already. I think. Sorry, new character.
New character,
new
yes.
abilities. Let
Slap
me
yourself into a
triple check that. Because
Slap the penguin.
Mhm.
Feel better.
Mhm.
okay, cool. I don't have to spend a key point for it. I just want to make sure I don't have to spend another one. So I will. Okay, that is another. Just. Yeah, it's. So that is another 6 points of damage she gets. 6 points of healing that she has. Yeah, you see that as she just turns into this flurry of attacks. She kind of holds up her fist and like sucks in a little bit of the radiant light, and then lets it course down into her body, basically.
Cool.
As she just kind of punches her fist into her hand and lets it radiate through the rest of her.
Anything else?
That
use
was
your
action
action.
and bonus action.
Yeah, it's action, bonus action.
Unless you're moving and taking attacks of opportunity.
Yeah,
And
which-
also 2d4 piercing
For
damage from moving. 5
yeah,
feet out.
she's gonna
That would be, you would only take 2d4 because you're moving directly
If you
out.
move out
if
of
you
it.
moved out
out
of it.
of it. Yeah.
Because you're right on the edge.
No, she's glaring down this dragon right now.
Yep.
Yeah. That's where I'm gonna stay.
Cool.
All right.
Alright, Hayes.
Would
You
I?
are not affected by the spike growth.
Thank God. Let's see. Would I be if I tried to fly? I'm trying to figure out if I can fly over and then go land here.
Yeah.
And still attack.
Yeah, you can do that.
Cool.
Because you've got a fly speed.
I do have a fly speed of 30.
And then
I'm just
you wouldn't be
determining-
interacting with the
Terrain.
No. I'm trying to go on the other side of this. So I'm on the other
Over
side. So I
Where
can
you-
use it as cover from the dragon.
Are you trying to get onto it?
I'm trying to get just on the
So
other
you want to go
side
to
of
here
it.
and then attack now.
And then my aura will affect there, and then I'm trying to attack with my weapon. I don't know if I would have enough speed to be able to accomplish going and having some cover. From
That is exactly 30 to get to that spot.
Okay, is that acceptable?
Yeah.
Without getting any attacks of opportunity, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're good.
you're
Okay.
flying over them.
I wanna
Sure,
make sure.
whatever.
Yeah. Gonna go over and I'm going to smack 9.
Smack.
Pull
9.
out my staff.
Do it.
Go and smack on 9.
Do the thing.
It's a little rough, but not bad. It's 14.
14. 14 will hit.
14 will hit.
Sorry, my brain just totally was like, oh yeah, that's the damage.
You are good. Actually, I use both hands, so it is versatile.
Yes, it is. That's the one I'm usually saying.
Why? Minimum damage on that, so
Ouch.
that is 4 plasma damage.
4 plasma damage. Okay.
If it matters.
9 looks pretty fucked up, but not like bad.
Not brink of death.
There's
yeah.
at least the chance that when they start their turn, my
You're-
radiant might hit them and they might be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if your radiant brings them to 0, then they've got the thing going on. But
Precise.
they've got the thing going on. How very articulate of me.
Yep.
Anything else?
So-
That was movement. That was
We got the
action.
thing
Yep,
going on.
that's
Yeah.
what I'm doing for now.
Cool.
I do have a thing if she moves, though.
Cool. Good. Thrones.
Bonus action, spiritual weapon.
Spiritual weapon. What is your spiritual weapon? What does it look like?
That's Star Wars.
Great. Great. Is it made of blood?
Made of blood, yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Is it like dripping?
I love this.
Yes,
Yeah, but it
probably.
evaporates before anything hits the ground.
That's kind of cool.
Ooh.
That's almost kind of cool, though.
That's fantastic. It's disgusting.
Ooh, does a 15? Yeah, does a 15 hit?
Hit the dragon? No.
Didn't think so. Cool. That's
It's
it for-
close, but it doesn't hit.
Yeah, that's fine. You're going over there. Then I will attack 12. It's my
Okay.
action. That's a natural 16.
That'll hit.
My claws do 1d6. Sadly, I'm not injured. So it'll
Sadly. You
It'll-
could move and fix that.
Can.
Unnecessary damage. That's 2 plus 4 plus 3.
Which one were you
6,
attacking?
9
12?
For 12.
9 points of damage.
Hold on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep.
Okay, cool.
That was almost minimum damage.
Cool. Anything else?
That was my bonus and my action. Not gonna move.
Okay.
They know better.
Do the Meanlocks take damage from your guys' auras at the beginning or end of their turn?
Start
At
of
the
their turn.
beginning
At the
of
start of
their
their
turn.
turns.
It's
Okay.
either when they enter the area or at the
Start.
start of the turn, whichever.
So,
goes.
At the start of the Meanlocks' turns,
Would
I'm
it be
going
yours
to,
first since you
We're
have higher
going to do
initiative?
Haze's first.
Okay.
Which will hit everyone except for 12. All the baddies except for 12.
Okay.
So
Cool.
11, 4, 9,
Excellent.
11. 4, 9, 8, 11.
I figured a little
10, 15,
overlapping would be good.
That's a 10
doesn't
for the
quite-
saving throw.
Definitely failed.
So go ahead and roll your damage, and it's going to be
Okay.
the same across all of them.
Hopefully this will be a little.
With money.
It's not great. Freaking 8.
It's better than my
8?
5.
I know.
So it affected 4.
Of course,
4,
I rolled higher
8, 9,
when
and
it.
11.
4 is brought to 0.
Okay.
I'm going to knock
And
it
the
over.
people comes out of that one, I think.
Yes, just knock that one over.
Okay.
9, you said?
Yes.
9 is also brought to 0.
8.
That makes me
8.
8 is not brought to 0.
Didn't think so.
And 11.
11 is not brought to 0 either.
I'm like, of
Okay.
course I
So
rolled
that
low on
is-
the one that wasn't.
Okay. You are knocking these out. You're fine. But
We're saving some people.
And then,
you're saving a couple of people, and you can
We're
see
saving
as
some people.
the
Looks like
the couple that are brought to 0 by your radiant damage are starting to like that carapace is starting to like hiss and bubble away, and you can see like limbs starting to poke out.
fun.
There are people in those.
And another saving throw for 8
Yes.
and 12.
That's a natural 10. They are not very much higher than that. I'm pretty sure that runs into 11. It's a con save, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Oh, it is wisdom, yeah.
It's same across either. So yeah, 11.
Cool, 20 points.
Jesus Christ.
Actually, no, sorry, 24 points.
Jesus Christ. On which ones?
8 and 12.
Yep.
Here I am trying to save them, and your bloody daggers are massacring everybody.
Yeah, that will knock both of them out.
It's like they're damaged, so that's that's an extra 4 points.
Yeah, both of them just take the minis off the table.
Mhm.
They just did.
Don't knock them over.
So
Cool.
we
So
have,
yours is 3d8?
yeah, it's always 38s. Yeah, 38.
She rolled 3d8 too, didn't you?
Oh,
I rolled 3d8 and I rolled super crap.
Oh,
I rolled
yeah.
really well. When
I
it was
only saw you
halved.
grab 2 dice back out.
No, she grabbed
After
3.
you- Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
3d8.
All right.
Yeah, that's a
That is
garbage
the
roll.
start
Yeah,
of
you're
Minlock's
telling
turn.
me.
There's not a lot of them left now.
I rolled a 1, a 3,
1 and
a 4.
2 are going to bamf over into that corner
With
to
Haze?
Behind Haze?
behind Hayes.
For a nasty surprise.
Yeah.
Or secretly they wanted to be saved.
Well, let's say that's not in shadow.
Yeah, it is.
Burn
Say-
me with your
Yeah,
radiance.
let's say it's
Just
right
the
here
angle
with
of
more
the-
shadow.
Well, there's multiple lights too.
Mhm.
From
That
this
is the
angle.
problem because that light's kind of
Yeah.
affecting down
Yeah.
to.
It's barely in shadow, but it's in
For
shadow.
the benefit of the audience, I have 3D terrain set up on this map, and I have a light pointing at the map to simulate the dawn, so that they can see the shadows of each piece of rubble. I really wish I had a camera on
It's
this
a
one, but I
super
just
fucking
don't have the
We
setup right now for it.
I can see the shadow. It's just
Yeah.
the shadow.
Yeah. So, 1 and 2 will bamf there as part of their movement.
Wisdom save.
They will take that wisdom save. That's a natural 2. Don't worry about it.
I will worry about it. That's definitely a lot better.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Now these 2 are unhurt, so
That's also true. And they're in shadow. So that would be a total of 15.
15 on both of them.
15 radiant.
That's not bad. Both of them seem a little fucked up from that. They're starting to like hiss and bubble.
Hiss
3
and
is
bubble.
going to bamf over in the back of that rubble.
5, 6, and 7.
5, 6, and 7 are all going to try to huddle behind this piece of rubble that is a little closer to Hayes. They are all slowly closing in on you guys.
Meh. As long as they don't fuck with Romulus, you know, he'll super murder you.
Yeah.
He,
We'll just
Romulus
really-
is super murder.
I'll try to say,
right.
I'll murder you to life.
Yeah.
1 and 2 are going to attack you, Hayes.
How dare
That's going to be... That's not great. That's a 10 for the first one. 14 for the second.
That is precisely my ICU.
Okay.
Interesting.
That is not very much.
I'm good with not very much.
So that's 3 points of slashing damage, and then 5 points of acid.
Excellent.
And then the second one attacks
I'm
you.
kidding.
That's a natural 1. That's a natural 2. Fuck me.
So I'm just Woot.
Why am I doing this? What is happening to me?
Wouldn't you like
What is
that?
happening to my rolls? I was doing so good earlier this campaign.
And then saving throw.
Saving throw, what type?
Constitution. Concentration.
Yes.
And then 11 is going to attack you, Cammy.
Okay.
Son of a bitch.
That's 18.
It's
18 is just my AC.
Okay.
That's a 6 on
You sure he doesn't have disadvantage in the
concentration.
sun or something?
And you lose concentration on your
I do.
Spirit Guardians.
Spirit
Do you
Guardians.
want to hold on to this or do you want me to hold on to it?
I'll hold on to it for now.
That's going to be
That's really unfortunate.
3 points of slashing and 8 points of acid.
Okay, so 11 total.
Yes.
Okay.
I could have shielded that, but I have other plans that I need my reaction for.
Oof.
Yeah.
That one, ending its turn in the light, is going to take 6 points.
Enough to melt.
Exactly enough to melt.
Yes.
You don't have Warcaster, do you?
Can I just flavor it that like as it's
I didn't
that Candy lets it bite into her and then she's like,
any.
well, time for you to go, and then just pushes it into the sun as it
Yep.
goes away. Yeah.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Let me double check, but I
Alright.
don't even know if I have any foods. Hold on.
That
You
is.
should have gotten one at 4th. Or an ASI. You might have just taken the ability.
I might have just taken ASI. Let me do
Yeah.
But that is the end of the Meatlock's turn.
because that
Not a
may
natural
be
20
different.
on my death save. So a 12 will succeed my first one.
Excellent.
Volks does not have persistent command at this level, so Volks does nothing.
Oh shit.
Yep.
All right.
Does Volks
Great.
not even just like go back
Volks
to you?
does nothing.
Oh no.
Until I get, I think, like 8th level, I get persistent command.
Right.
So
The dragon
that's it.
does not see you as a threat, and so is not going to.
Oh yeah,
attempt to
I'm
harm you
melting
in
on the
any
floor.
Yeah.
I would hope you're not a threat. I mean, actually, I would hope you were a threat. Can you?
She is not going to enter that spike growth, and instead,
Mm-hmm.
she's just going to waltz around the outside of the
The
perimeter of that
second she
spike
moves-
growth and just on going south. Just kind of waltz around the outside, going most of her movement. And is just kind of like lifting her lip and snarling at you in a more animalistic fashion than you, as someone who has met Vomar and dragons before, far more animalistic than you anticipate out of, especially copper dragons.
Yeah.
They're usually very clever and witty and verbose. This is strange.
Yeah.
The second she moves,
Okay.
I am using Revelation of Folded Space to make attack of her with opportunity.
Oh ho ho!
You have to be able to see her.
It does not say.
Oh, all right.
And also, that piece of rubble I'm going to say is just short enough that you can peek around and see her.
Yes.
She's large.
Mhm.
Were she a medium-sized creature, I would challenge you on that. But
Fair enough. I will use it to make an attack of opportunity with her.
fuck yeah!
I am using my Cosmic Insight to make it with advantage.
Do it.
And I'm using a I'm expending a use from my Staff of Wither.
Fuck her up!
Do it.
Jesus.
Do it. Do it.
So, with advantage. And
If she doesn't, it's her
good
fault.
Jesus fuck, why? Okay, that's +6. So we're looking at 15? It's not enough, is it?
Hang on.
That's what I got last time.
Yeah, because I think you'd rolled a 15. Why?
Just because I cursed you.
Yes, he said roll good, roll good,
Okay.
roll good. So he
Yeah, why
cursed
the
your
fuck would you
fucking
do that?
dice.
Sorry, that was a 15 hit.
Is that miss?
That misses.
God damn it.
But what does your Revelation of Folded Space look like? How does that appear to everyone else?
I would have it that suddenly a space next to me looks like a big old portal on the ground, kind of like sends up a big beam of light, and right next to her would also send up a big portal of light. And I would go and I would smack through, and all you would see is my staff just kind of reaching through, like, beep, beep, and
Beautiful. And it
barely
looks almost
miss.
like heat wave, kind of like heat distortion coming off in both places, where like you want to perceive both at the same time, but your brain is just kind of breaking a little bit to perceive both at the
Yep.
same time. Fantastic. Love
So
that.
Tried to do that. I'm just not loving that I totally missed.
At the end of her turn,
Roll your weapon.
she does not roll high enough to get her breath weapon.
Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ, that's 2
At
ones in
least
a row.
there's that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so she is kind of patrolling, waiting for her breath weapon to come back.
Mm-hmm.
At the top of initiative, I need someone to roll a d6
Then
for the layer action.
Layer.
2!
2!
It's not the
Did you
thorns.
really just...
yeah. We lost all control.
Are our rolls trash?
Mm-hmm.
The thorns go away. They settle back into the ground, and the ground is still rough, but it's no longer rough terrain. But the thorns that had like come up and were like roiling this whole time and like, you know, coming out of the ground have kind of fallen down. All of these like spikes of stone have kind of tumbled back down into a reasonable walkable space. Condemned structure. The remains of the ship are shaking apart with the violence of combat. Each creature within 5 feet of one piece of wreckage must make a dex save or be hit by falling rubble.
So that's
The
all
two
of
of them.
Yeah.
and
The
1,
I'm gonna
2,
try the
5,
lowest.
6,
Are you
7,
gonna be
3.
nice? Are you going to be nice?
Five's 10 feet out
Okay.
So everyone but 5.
on the meat box.
Great. They all fail.
10.
10 for me as well.
Fuck.
Both of those will fail.
Yeah.
Let's see. I said. Cool. Great. It's not a
Although,
lot.
to be fair,
It's 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay,
Okay.
that's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
That's
But-
not that bad. It sucks, but also
Uh,
not bad. Not that bad.
7, 6, 3, 1, and 2. So.
That's...
to be fair, if we do level after this, it's the perfect reason for Taruk to, because I get it next level. I get persistent programming next level.
Nice.
So if we level from this fight, he's like, no, I need a fucking backup plan for this shit.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
add into the code, if I go unconscious, get your ass over here and
Right.
heal me.
Right.
Stab me, please.
And stab me with a needle.
There's also...
It's gone. Cool. Great.
Because of background stuff, I never picked up healing stuff. I do have stuff to help, but it's not necessarily healing. But I'm going to say that being around Cammy with all of her healing juju
Good.
convinced him.
All right. That is the end of the player actions. Cammy, it's your turn.
You're no longer surrounded by enemies.
Nope.
And you are no longer affected by the spike growth.
Yep.
And Taruk is still slowly bubbling away in acid.
I should probably deal with that.
Nah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rambless.
Ramless has a vision. Taruk will be fine. All right, we'll listen to that.
Yeah, that checks out.
3 failed death saves later. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's all going to work out. Okay, so... Okay. Yeah, so she's just going to be like kind of looking around, seeing them all bubbling, kind of glare at the dragon. 1 second.
Good moment.
And
She gets kind of like offended. Like,
Yeah.
I cannot believe you just fucking said that to me.
I think what she's probably going to go ahead and do is...
I'm still mad that I put so much into trying to hit her.
5, 10, 15. And she's like, when will I ever learn? And then she's going to rapid speed just like make it look like she's actually punching super hard into Taruk's sternum.
Oh,
but
God.
it just
Just
kind of
kill him.
yeah. End this. No, it's almost
It
like
was the dragon.
it's more like
obviously.
like a shadowed ethereal version of her just kind of punches through, and then it like lights all the chakras in his body as she's going to use Hand of Healing on you.
Ooh.
You just see like these little motes of light begin to all appear all across his veins, and at certain junctures where the veins connect to one another. Okay. Don't fuck me, dice.
Nope.
Yeah, mostly. 5 points of healing. And let me...
Taruk, you feel this like pressure in your chest, and you don't breathe, but you like feel as though you should be gasping for air. Like there's this kind of like seize in your body, and like you open your eyes, and there is Cammy kneeling above you, haloed by the dawn,
Mm-hmm.
Your
just
savior.
looking ethereal and terrifying.
Yeah. And all you hear as you wake up is, "Get your ass up!"
And the spell is broken.
Yeah, and the spell is broken as you come back to reality.
My skin hurts a lot.
Yeah, well, that's going to help. It's going to go a lot longer than you think. So,
Con save.
4.
4. You are at 1 level of injury, and I would like you to roll a d8.
8.
8.
Sounds bad.
Emotional trauma. You suffer mental strain.
Yay.
Someone pull up the short-term madness table.
I also don't think he's ever gone unconscious before.
yeah.
So.
No, you did in that. No, you won that fight. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yes, I kicked Cammy's ass.
You did.
Not really.
You're right. I kicked Cammy's
did.
ass.
You really did not.
Short-term madness table.
You
You know
cheated.
this?
That's how you
They're
won.
Trying to load.
Cool. Good.
Madness.
Love this.
Short-term madness. Roll a d100.
The percentile says
Freaking
33.
33.
Exactly a third.
Character becomes frightened and must use his or her action to move and use their action and movement each round to flee from the source of their fear.
For 8 minutes. So
Great.
I'm just running now. I'm just
Great.
gone. I'm out. At my turn. It's not my
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
this
We'll
is
get
Cammy's.
to that at
Yeah.
your turn. We'll see what happens, but because there are things that might mitigate that as well.
Let's see. And
You should also be able to. You can command Taruk now, right? Not Taruk, Volks now,
Volks,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Is that all for you, Cammy?
I still got bonus action available to me.
What's your total movement speed?
40.
You
I
can
can't-
get to the dragon.
Can I? Because I moved 20 to get
5,
to
10, 15.
Hmm.
You
Oh.
moved 5, 10, 15.
Yeah, that's right.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Yeah.
Right up next to the dragon.
As for you, she will go ahead and do bonus action flurry blows.
All right. You
Yeah.
pivot on your heel next to Taruk,
Hmm.
and you take off
Yeah.
towards this dragon.
Yeah.
And as you do,
Mm-hmm.
something around you seems to resonate with this like sweet this middle C tone.
Hmm.
And then you kind of click, I've heard that exact note before recently. And the circlet that you took out of the pool
Mm-hmm.
at the temple starts to vibrate with that frequency and then fades. But it's just as you're getting closer to the dragon, it seems to respond.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do another key point because I'm just all about bleeding those. That's for the flurry blows, I guess technically.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make a strike at her.
Okay.
Oh, that was wait. Roll the same thing that fucking Hayes rolled. That was a 15.
3 15s in a row against
Yeah.
the
This is a
dragon.
rough table.
This is
This is a little
ridiculous.
This is a
mini table.
bad table. Okay.
He rolled a 15 too.
Yeah.
You can't roll on the mini tables, guys. You gotta roll on the table like this.
Yeah.
It hasn't been helping me.
Well, it would.
Okay, maybe you need a side table because you
You fucked our
Because
juju.
you're you.
Yeah. You know what? I will roll
How
on
would
the
that
table.
change anything?
Okay.
And I'm going to try and make one more hit on her.
Your dice have
Okay.
issues with you, except for on
There it is.
April 1st.
21 to hit.
21 will hit.
Stunning strike.
Oh ho ho!
DC 14 con save. It's not. She's probably got a hardier con than that, but I'm gonna try. Oh yeah.
That's an 8. Motherfucker!
Yes!
You motherfucker! You got her on the ground.
I do.
You motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah. Woo!
You miss with the first strike. This is unarmed attacks, yes?
Yes, they're unarmed.
You
attacks.
miss with the first strike and like come back with the elbow and like just jab right at like where the throat, right where the neck kind of meets the rest of the body.
Yeah.
Right like at the windpipe, and she like just involuntarily her head kind of like tilts up, and she sort of like makes this choking noise, and she's like almost flapping, seizing above you as you hit like just the right pressure.
7 points of damage.
7 points of damage.
Yeah. Oh, that is almost all my key points.
Okay.
Yep. And that is literally all I can do.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. She is stunned until the end of her next turn.
Yes.
I thought it was until
Or-
the start of your next turn. Or end of your next turn.
End of my next
End of
turn.
your next turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Good to know.
So she's got a little while.
All right.
Yeah.
That's Cammy's go. Hayes, you just watched all that go down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
shit
you've
just
also
went
got
crazy.
2
Yeah.
locks right next
I-
to you.
Yeah. You are being harried,
let's see.
and
Hayes
you've
is
lost
harried?
concentration on. You have lost concentration on your spirit guardians.
I have, screw it. I think I'm gonna try this. Also, is she within 60 feet of me?
Yeah.
She is.
5, 15, 20, 30, 35, 45. Yeah, she's 50 feet out.
I have a weird question.
I have a weirder answer.
So, okay, so say I use Moonbeam on these beam blocks, yes. So, as a reaction on her turn, could I use her space and make it the same as the space I have the Moonbeam on? Because if you enter the space during your turn, could I make the space the Moonbeam's on the same space as hers? And effectively hit her with the Moonbeam?
I believe so.
With a persistent effect, is there anything having to do with concentration in your folded space?
Yeah, how long does that last?
It's only as a bonus action or a reaction.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking if, as a reaction on her turn,
So,
could I say, if I do the Moonbeam my turn now, use it on the Meanlocks, can I say that the space that the Moonbeam's hitting currently on her turn as a reaction is the exact space that she's standing on?
you could use that if she moves as an attack of opportunity, the way that you just did your attack of opportunity.
Okay.
But you wouldn't be able to just like do it randomly as a reaction. It would have to have a trigger.
Fair enough. That's why I was wondering, because I
Yeah.
was like, I know she's currently...
But if she moved, I would allow you to use an attack of opportunity that is that, because that fucks.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I'm like, would that work?
I doubt the Hope Punk Press people are actually listening to this, but like, if I get tweets about this later, I don't care. This
That's
is
all that
cool.
Billy
I just
works.
think
This is cool as shit.
I like to use things in interesting ways.
If this is not how this works, I don't care.
You know what? Regardless, I'm gonna get the Moonbeam started right next to me. Let's see. Both
Cool.
of them would be engulfed here, correct?
What's the AoE?
What's the radius?
Let me double check that.
It should be a 5-foot radius. So it should be 10
is a
feet wide.
5-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder.
So which
So it hits
who are you
basically
affecting?
Or no,
9
Are
squares.
you're affecting the
No,
two
it only
next
hits
to you,
4 squares.
Oh,
or
only 4 squares?
There are two
5
next to
radius,
me.
yeah.
Yes, I can't really see the other
Yeah.
one if there is.
Yeah, it's
One and two.
children's.
Could I hit both of the ones next to me if I stick it kind
Yeah.
of like here? I'm here.
yeah, you
Yeah.
can do that.
Okay, so I'm gonna stick it there.
Concentration marker.
Concentration.
Concentration marker. He's going to have nice ghostly things and send it up into the sky as a beam pours down with silvery moonlight and
Moonbeam at the start of
the
it.
sun.
Calling on the moon of this world. Interesting.
Yep.
Is
Moons.
Moonbeam at
Moons.
the start of their turn?
Let me double check. When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is not currently under
Right.
effect until they start their turn.
Until they start your turn. Got
Yes.
it.
I'm not gonna move because it's attack of opportunity, but
So that was your action to do. Do you have any bonus actions?
I do. Though funny enough, I don't have anything I can do really as much with bonus actions, except for the.
You could folded space now and hit her with it.
It only that's why I was asking is because it only
'Cause
works for a single
it's
creature's
only
turn.
technically
Oh.
during the bonus action.
Yeah.
True.
And it
During their
only affects during their turn. That's why I was wondering if I could use a reaction
Right.
to use
At
it.
the
Fair.
start of their
Okay.
turn.
Now I understand where
Um,
that logic was. Okay. I understand.
However, I've thought about it. If those guys move, I could also use it on them.
Cool.
'Cause
I mean,
4 times.
they
This is many times.
teleport,
Also true.
so that is different for text opportunity.
That's
But-
true. It's entering the area versus moving normally.
Which, if they teleport into that area anyway,
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We'll deal with that as it comes
Totally
up.
fair, totally
But-
fair.
Anything else?
That's all I'm doing for now.
All right, Thrombus.
Alrighty.
You still have your thing up.
Mm-hmm. God, I am really torn on what I want to do. Cammy, do you have her?
Yeah, she just is recoiling the elbow. Just,
You see the dragon like seizing and like
yeah, I think I got her.
Got it.
And she seems
just
to be
1v1 a dragon.
Yeah, because the legend grows. Why not?
As you do.
Yeah, she seems to be just like reaching towards something in her pocket.
Actually, I can move to there, behind that one.
So
That would
Thrombus.
put you in the moonbeam.
You are in the moonbeam. Though it is a 5-foot
moon-
radius.
yeah, the moonbeam.
Yeah, you might want to stay a little
yeah.
away from that.
Got it.
Stay out of my beams.
So
I'm
you
sure-
can be in range of 1, but not in range of 2.
Mia's gonna come out of nowhere and be like, "Stop blowing holes in my ship!"
Cool. And then I will try to punch that one. And
So Thrombus runs around from where they're at and
You could go
heads
with-
around to the
To join Hayes.
to join
to
Hayes.
join Hayes to harry the 2 creatures that are
Indeed.
affecting Hayes.
It's a terrible roll. That's why I was hoping to get behind. Oh, that's a 9. That misses.
Oof. Anything else?
Bonus action. Spiritual weapon.
All right.
I will move over towards the mean locks and take a swing.
Which one?
7.
Okay.
That's a natural 18.
Nice.
Nice.
That'll hit.
Is 7 damaged.
7 is damaged. Yes.
7 is damaged. Sweet. Extra damage.
Woo.
For minimum damage.
Yay!
Are Melox shape changers?
Is it?
They're
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
technically no,
Ooh, sweet.
but I like where you're thinking.
Because shape changers have disadvantage with this one. That's why I was
They are
curious.
technically a creature that is engulfing another creature.
That is fair.
Yeah.
9 points of force damage.
9. Okay.
Minimum damage.
Cool. All right. Anything else?
That is everything for me.
Okay. The Meanlocks are going to start their turn. They're starting their turn in your moonbeam, so 1 and 2 are going to make.
You're going to be making
That should be
a
a
con
con.
save.
That's a 10. Jesus Christ.
All of our dice rolls are great, guys.
Alright, dice roll like crap. They're like challenge or request accepted. Request pseudo accepted. Bitches. 8 radiant.
To 1 and 2.
Yep. That is the other thing that is nice. It is radiant.
And then a wisdom save for necrotic damage.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Maybe the little. I don't know. I was trying to think of a way that basically the damage combines together and it's still radiant.
Thramless doesn't care.
I know.
There's
Just wants
also,
them down.
Yeah.
on top of that, if we go by
Well,
dex,
it's an
technically
18
mine
for
hits.
the Thrombus's.
That's a success, so they take half damage.
Great.
Ooh, that's really good.
God damn.
He's just murdering
6, 6, and
everybody.
7.
Yeah, that even at half, that
19
will knock both
plus
1 and
my
2 out.
4.
Plus 4 is 23, halved
Is
11.
Yeah, that.
Takes them both out?
Yep, they are both super dead.
Nice.
We're scared.
Just murdering people.
Yeah.
You saved 3 of them,
Hey, they're just going back down to the core
So
of the
far,
arc, it's
there's
fine.
still 4 more left
but
to knock out.
so 3 is going to, not quite understanding what happened, is going to bamf into the moonbeam.
Into the moonbeam,
Do it.
too?
Into the moonbeam.
Roll your con.
So that's 2 saving throws immediately.
That's a 4 for the con save,
Oh.
and a 13 for the
That
wisdom
would
save.
fail.
That is
And
a total
thanks to your moonbeam, they're damaged.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not as good. 12 points of necrotic.
And it was 10 on the radiant.
Okay, that one is still up.
6 and 2 1.
5, 6, and 7. I'm gonna roll some perception checks here. Are either of you paying attention to 5, 6, and 7 in that corner over there?
Yes.
So, I want you to roll me an insight check.
That's an 11 for a total of insight.
Mhm.
Insight, that's plus 7, 18.
18. That's enough. Are you also paying attention, Hayes, or no?
I believe so. If you want me to roll for it.
Yeah, roll an insight check as well.
Yeah.
Inside.
Yeah, Theranos is always paying
That's
as much
not
detail as possible
great.
to everything within their vision.
Fair.
That's all they
total
can
of
see.
8.
8?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not enough.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You're kind of
Dramas.
focusing on the dragon too.
Yeah,
There's
you've
a lot
got
of
someone
Moonbeams
carrying
going
you
off.
in that direction.
Mhm.
They are, across from the creature that is harrying you.
Yep.
But Thrombus, you're on the other side and you can see directly to them. You see in a couple of their eyes this like recognition as they're seeing the couple on the other side of that rubble that have gone down but are transforming back into people. And 5 and 7 actually run across that space, across the open, brightly lit area, and start to like sizzle away. And they're like, you can tell there is a certain amount of bravery in this action, almost as if the person inside is starting to take over and is hoping to transform back.
Okay.
You know what?
And so they're going to step 10 feet out.
I know.
Into the- well, 5 will have to.
15
Yeah.
for...
6
I didn't
is
see
going
that,
to
sorry.
use its teleport and get behind you two.
Get behind...
Uh,
Into my shadow?
yeah, into your shadow.
Into my shadow.
You do have a pretty good
And
shot.
saving throw.
For necrotic.
This 4.
That's 4. That's great, because I did a lot of damage. That is, unfortunately, since they're not damaged...
They are. 6 is damaged.
Oh, 6 is damaged.
Yeah.
Sweet. 25.
Fuck.
Well, makes my math a lot easier. 6, 7, and 8. Yeah.
That one's looking pretty hurt, but it's still up. But that is it for the mean locks. Taruk,
Okay, so
you're awake, but you are frightened. I'm going
Yes,
to allow you,
probably
because
the
you're
dragon.
actively in combat, and because it is the effect of an injury, I'm not going to hold strict to the short-term madness table. I will allow you another save at the end of each of your turns.
Bonus action, Volks is gonna come over,
Okay.
and I'm gonna use my last charge for Cure Wounds.
There you
Which is 1d8. 7 more hit points,
Good.
which puts me above half at 12.
Hey, that's so sad.
I only get d6 of hit points.
Mm-hmm.
Volks is the one that's supposed to be taking damage.
Mm-hmm.
Worthless fucking robot.
Yeah.
And then scramble to my feet for half my movement.
And then you're going to move. Just destroying everything.
Well, it came out of the thing. Okay.
Good for it.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
So you move
Action and movement.
away from the dragon and towards the cockpit of the ship.
Yeah, I'm going for that guy.
Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
You're headed for one of the crystals.
And maybe to duck behind something to get out of sight, but I couldn't quite get behind anything.
Yeah.
Actually, that last
Yeah,
one
you
could
could
be
do a diagonal.
Actually,
There.
5 is also in my area. Actually, wait, no, never mind. They're just outside.
No,
it.
just outside.
Okay.
And then a save. Wisdom?
Yes.
Oh, I actually have that save. 13.
13. 13 is enough.
Okay. I cower behind the thing and catch my metaphorical
13
breath.
is... What level are you guys?
6.
6.
6. 13 is exactly enough. So,
10 plus half level.
yes. So, you're able to... You kind of duck down and you do a little bit of just like... I am calm, I am calm, I am calm, I am calm.
Some of the breathing exercises one of my colleagues taught me.
Right.
Like, wait, I can't breathe.
But like taking the minute to like count, you kind of
Yeah.
like count in your head and you start to like one of the other techniques a colleague taught you is just you identify a couple of things
Dealing
you
with
can
panic
see.
attacks, yeah.
Exactly. 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can feel, or 3 things you can smell or whatever.
Right.
Like they're narrowing things down to senses, and you center yourself, and you are no longer frightened at the end of it.
Very nice.
Yay.
Congrats!
Yay!
Um,
I still have to burn some air to
yes.
another hiss as more oxygen infuses my brain, my veins.
Good. Now it's the dragon's go. Dragon is stunned.
Dragon stunned.
Dragon is stunned.
Yeah.
Dragon does nothing.
Okay.
She just kind of like hisses. Do you speak Draconic?
Sadly not.
You do not.
No.
You don't know what she's saying. But she's like muttering under her breath and then pausing and then muttering under her breath again as if she's like having this harried conversation with something.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the end of her turn.
Yep.
The lair. Someone roll a d6.
Alright, it's your turn.
Rolling the Japanese one.
Yeah.
That's a 6.
That's a 6. This is beautiful.
Oh.
No, this is beautiful for you guys.
Oh, is it? Okay.
As she's like having this harried conversation with herself, this kind of shadow starts to leak out of her mouth, out of her breath,
Oh.
and she like starts to choke almost on it, and she takes an amount of damage.
An amount of damage.
An amount of damage. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. But her, like, that blue ring around her eyes seems to, like, flash again, and you can see almost these, like, arcs of energy going down her veins as she's, like, choking on this smoke, and she kind of coughs it out as she is stunned and just kind of breathing and has been afflicted by something.
Yeah.
But that's the layer action.
Okay.
Cammy, it's your turn.
So, does her head at any point come down towards the ground to an area where she could actually, like, reach her head?
Where, like, Cammy can reach her head?
Yes.
Yeah, like, as she's doing that last, like, coughing of smoke out onto the ground, of this, like, black smoke, and it, like, pools out on the ground around her feet, and she's just, like, breathing head level with yours.
Yeah.
This, like, massive creature, not even looking at you, just, like, staring at the ground, kind of
Yeah.
stunned. Literally stunned.
Yeah, anyone who's watching Cammy, most of you are all busy with your fight, but anyone who happens to look at her sees, like, her battle pose kind of soften as physician Cammy kind of takes over, just reaches into her pouch.
The breath weapon does recharge at the end of that turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna die if this doesn't work. So
Good.
she says, "It's gonna be all right. I'm here to help." As she will take the crown.
Her eyes are, like, shaking in their irises as they're
Okay,
trying
great.
to focus on you.
It's okay. And she will put the crown on her head. And can I do something weird with this? Try and help her with this process and give her possibly advantage on it. My ability with Hands of Healing, it's either going to completely blow up in my face and be hilarious, or it's going to be awesome. When you use Hand of Healing on a creature, you can also end one disease or one of the following conditions affecting the creature: blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poisoned, or stunned. Could I use that in conjunction with the crown to help her fight off this madness that's afflicted her?
Hand of Healing is specifically, it is a bonus action, or it is something that you can do in place of an attack?
It's something I can do in place of an attack.
Okay.
If I do an attack, I can use it as a bonus action if I want to. It's kind of in a weird space, so I wanted to bring it by you first.
So,
You're punching the crown onto her.
technically, in order to put the crown on her head, were she not stunned,
Yeah,
it would be basically an attack roll.
yeah.
I'm allowing you to roll this into that attack roll.
Okay.
Just because this fucks.
Okay,
So
so I
good.
get advantage because it is, because she is stunned currently.
Yes.
Okay.
Rather than rolling an attack because
Yeah.
she is stunned and she's sort of letting you do it
Yeah,
because she's afraid.
yeah.
Roll me an religion still a thing in Spaceships and Star Wars?
I
Or is that what no,
don't think it is. It's on D&D Beyond, but it is not on on the character sheet. So
I feel like it just kind of depends on how you want to have it. The world.
Go ahead and roll me a Wisdom Arcana check.
okay. Wisdom Arcana.
You're interacting with a creature of legend, with a creature of arcane legend specifically. And you're trying to connect the magic of this artifact that you've only had for a few hours.
All right.
To her spiritual being.
I'm not trained in Arcana at all, so
Okay.
it's just a wisdom check for me then. 18.
18 is exactly the DC. Oh, I was so hoping you would fail that. You place this crown right at the center of the crown of her head, right in between her horns.
Yeah.
And you hold it there. And it seems to heat under your hand as you push that energy into her head. This will take your entire turn. Bonus action.
That's totally fine. And that's going to take up my last key point?
Yes, it will.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And you empty that energy within yourself in this desperate hope that it helps.
Probably like seeing it her as her chest is beginning to like well up with like the green acid in it. Just no.
And she kind of like twitches a little bit and like sort of pushes that stun off that you had inflicted upon her as it is the end of your turn. And she raises up to her full height and that blue flashes around her irises again. And the crown flashes not in tandem with it, but in reaction to it. The crystals on the ends of those flowers and those carved leaves seem to flash with their own light as the copper wire that it is built of it sort of reaches out as if they are living vines to wrap themselves around her horns and around her head and around her neck, and it starts to grow as if it is a metallic, organic creature, organic vines that are reaching down her neck and down her shoulders and down her wings, and that forces her head to the ground. The crown itself forces her head to the ground. And this green light sort of overtakes that acid blue, that chemical blue that she has kind of glowed with this whole time. And you are forced to take 5 steps back, or a 5-foot step back.
Yeah.
As she flashes with this violently bright, radiant light, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Okay. That is a 25.
Jesus Christ, I
Yeah.
have a minimum on that, so you only take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
Everything else within 100 feet of her needs to also make a dexterity saving throw.
Natural 2.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
You take 2 points of radiant damage.
Yep.
Volk's got a 9.
9. 2 points.
That is a 10.
2 points of radiant damage.
Alright.
All of the meat locks automatically take max damage.
Oh, shit.
And 3 is the only one shielded from her. All of the rest are blown off of their feet and are starting to smolder with that light. And that is the end of Cammie's turn. Haze.
Is in a haze.
There is one creature next to you, and this dragon is glowing with light that combats even the dawn.
He's going to try and react quickly, so it's right next to me.
Yeah.
Is it still within the moonbeam?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't necessarily want to kill it because I want to try and keep it alive.
You also probably get the feeling that if you don't, Thranos is probably going to kill it.
I have so many things that do radiant. Fuck yeah, guiding bolt.
Yeah, 3 is so fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try.
If you check right where you're at, you are going
Do I need to?
disadvantage.
Do I need to back up? But if I do, I have attack of
It's-
opportunity.
Yeah.
It's a mixed bag.
It's the last one out of the group.
Take the shot. How much? Or you should still be near full health, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then just do an attack of opportunity. It's fine.
Yep. I'm gonna back up. A step.
That's a 11 to hit you. Does that hit you?
No.
Great. You don't take an attack of opportunity.
Oh. All right. So.
So I'm rolling like garbage.
We'll pull out some ghostly energy
Roll your d20.
and chuck it at the last remark. Let me see. I believe that is yes and attack.
Yeah,
Range
spell
spell attack. That is a dirty 20.
Yeah.
Whoo, that'll hit.
Mm.
That is a
For
dirty
4d6
20 for
radiant.
4d6 radiant.
His guiding bolt is nasty.
Yep.
It's not a nasty first level spell.
11 points
11.
of radiant.
Way more than you needed. You blast this mean lock, and it kind of like pushes up against the side of that bit of rubble and kind of seizes up with that light and just like falls to a puddle on the floor and starts to hiss away. And you can see there is limbs and whatnot sticking out of this pile of goo.
We saved 7 out of 12.
Hey, so 12 ain't bad.
Yeah. It's more than we did last time.
Yay!
Yep.
We're almost killed. What is that? 5 people?
Something like that.
Great.
Give or take.
I didn't
Checks
realize
out.
that I had so many radiant spells, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, you're like the perfect person for this. Holy
But-
shit.
Fromless.
Yep.
All of the mean locks seem to have been pushed back with this radiant light. The dragon is still glowing. What do you do?
Start moving towards the dragon.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
30.
Yeah, ish.
I'm going to use my action to ready a firebolt.
Can
Are
I?
you ready a fireball?
Okay,
Okay.
just readying a fireball. Yeah, because as a reaction, could I have Cammy just hold out her hand for a second?
Yeah, that doesn't even have to be a reaction. You can just like notice this and just gesture.
Be like, no.
But the mean locks are gone, so I'm just going to take that initiative marker down.
Mm-hmm.
Taruk.
Um,
Taruk is on fire.
no, on acid, actually.
You're on acid.
Uh-huh.
Taruk is
I
on.
knew
Yeah,
something was
Taruk
wrong
is on
here.
acid. That's another title.
How are you disabled? Acid.
I peek around the rubble and see this going down. Though I'm not technically frightened, I'm scared
Good.
of the dragon
Mhm.
because, melted me in one fucking shot.
Mm-hmm.
Volks is all out of tricks,
And treats.
except for sleeping, except for a sleep dart maybe. But I doubt that's gonna do shit against the dragon.
The dragon doesn't seem very damaged.
No.
There's only been like 2 hits landed on it.
Yeah.
Actually, 1 hit and then a self hit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that word.
I love that word so much.
I think he's just gonna chill where he is. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Not gonna get any close to the dragon, out of range of anything. Yeah, just gonna chill there, call Volks over, head my way.
Okay.
In case I need to get that. Actually, I'm gonna move to this crystal
Doink.
and start trying to ready it for implantation. Volk will get there next round.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
The dragon
Mm-hmm.
spends her entire turn slowly becoming less luminescent and just kind of on all fours, and then just kind of like lays her head down. Like her head is still on the ground, but it is more by choice this time,
Mm-hmm.
as those like coppery vines. This like bright burnished copper sort of sinks into her more oxidized copper scales and leaves these lines of brightness in these like vine patterns around her head and neck, and then onto her chest, and onto like the struts of her wings. And she will just breathe, and she's like shaking. And at the end of her turn, she just kind of collapses.
Okay.
The layer will get one more layer action in. So I need one more person to roll a d6.
5.
5.
We have not had a single duplicate.
I know, that's wild. It's
This
crazy.
is actually perfect.
Yeah.
Coming out of Chalderil's mouth is this smoky shadow that seems to snake out onto the ground and just spreads out into the forest around you, and then speeds back and coalesces into the very center of this battlefield, right where your spiritual weapon is, right in the center. And I need... there's no one in range. So no one has to make that intelligence saving throw. But there is this scream that pierces each of your minds.
It moved, not teleported, right?
Technically, it's not a creature.
Is it?
It's not a creature.
It's just smoke.
Okay.
I like where you're going with this. I like where you're going with this.
She's like, I will
But-
use this, goddammit.
It coalesces in this center, and you hear this scream pierce each of your minds. And it hurts, but it doesn't do like damage as it kind of fades away. This death scream of something vanquished.
Yeah. Cammy just looks at it and just gives it the finger.
And that smoke just sort of dissipates into the light, into the dawn, and floats away.
I make a mental note to check this moment later to see if it made any audible sound.
Good. Good. Actually, you with your kind of split perceptions, you do hear very clearly there is no audible sound. It is directly into your mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
He still thinks that there's some sort of radiation or wave or particle or something that is behind that, but
sure.
no scanners out, so
Yeah.
missed opportunity.
But Chalderil opens her eyes, and you can see that ring of blue is gone. And that is where we're going to take a break. We're out of combat. Congratulations, you didn't die.
We didn't die. I was going to if that
I was
didn't
expecting
fucking
this
work.
to go much worse.
Yeah.
I very nearly did die.
Mm-hmm.
Until you
The
know
right
Throm
rolls in
almost
the right
holds up his
places.
bowl
No,
and
that-
says we're not done yet.
But
That was fucking
We
like
will be-
rolls of destiny right there. Jesus Christ.
we will be back in a moment. I need to calm down for a second. So, jumping back in. The copper dragon slowly raises her head from the ground and pulls her neck back, and her eyes open, and you can see that that blue ring is gone, and then they close again, and she sort of squeezes her eyes shut as if she's trying to sort through information. What happened? And you hear this very young sounding voice. There's a resonance to it, but it sounds like a child almost. What happened?
What language is this in?
That is also
This is in Draconic.
Okay.
shoot.
Am I able to understand any of it?
How close are you? How close are you getting to the dragon?
I'm willing to get up next to it,
Okay.
because I am prepared to continue attacking this dragon if they decide to attack.
Do you speak Draconic?
I speak Bravish, which is a dialect.
I was wondering, sounds like that would make
Yes.
Roll me I'm going to call this a wisdom save, but it is not to avoid an effect. It is to catch on to the thread of something as it happens in your mind.
So natural 14. For wisdom save,
Wisdom save.
21.
21. You don't understand it as if you are listening to a language that you know that you speak.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear the words and you can... It's strange. When you had heard her speak when she landed in Lumia in that first night, you couldn't understand what she said. Any of the other Draconic that you've seen written here, you haven't been able to read. You sort of catch onto this thread of it as she's speaking, and you can understand the gist of what she's saying, not the actual individual words. You can feel like the emotional intent behind her words.
Okay.
As she
She's
speaks.
confused.
You feel confusion, and it's not just her tone. Like there is some kind of resonating connection in between you and her.
Okay. Then I
Hayes, how close are you getting?
I'm going to keep. Well, if Cammy's there, I probably would
Are you
Get
getting
a-
within 30 feet?
about that close, maybe slightly closer.
We don't have to use the map, but are you getting within 30 feet?
Probably.
Yeah.
Roll me that same wisdom save.
Not gonna be terrible, but not great. 14.
14. 14 is not quite enough, but you feel a similar thread that you try to grasp for, and it just slips through the fingers of your mind, and there's something there that is resonating between you and this dragon. But it fades from you. You're not able to catch on to it. But
Easy.
what language are you speaking?
Probably just Vamaran, honestly.
Or
Yeah. Easy. You've been through a lot.
she kind of like pulls back from you a little. Just like in fear.
Oh, it's okay. We're here to help you.
She tries again in Vamaran. What happened?
You were sick for a little while.
Where did she go?
Where did who go, love?
There was someone with me. There was my friend.
What did she look like?
She was like me. She was next to me. Where did she go? Did she leave me?
No, I don't think it was anything like that. I think you've just not been yourself for a little while. She may just... I think you're just a little lost, that's all.
Where am I?
You're at the Blackhollow.
I've never been to Blackhollow.
Well, now you have.
Is it nice?
Well, she kind of looks around at all the wreckage.
Oh,
Yes.
did I
I don't know. I don't think you did that.
do that?
Does it look like there's dragon claws and stuff like that in the front of the
Yes.
ship?
Yes.
Who can say for sure?
Interrupting this conversation, Taruk at first was like getting ready to jam this crystal into Volks because like there's
Right,
still a fucking
right.
dragon here, but sees that everything's sort of calming down and that they're talking, and notices that the blue's gone from the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Approaches and with one of the scanners that he had out is gonna start scanning
Which
the
scanner?
dragon.
Oh my gosh.
What scanner are you using on this dragon?
First radiation.
Hmm.
Because that's what I have. That's the only one without actually taking parts of the dragon, which Not going to do without asking.
Nope.
Good. We've learned something about respect.
Growth. You've learned it's character growth. I'm so
Now,
proud
when
of
he
you.
gets up next to her and sees that there's a little bit of blood from when Cammy hit her, there might be some swapping. But
Oh my gosh.
he literally just starts walking up with like a scanner and just...
Yeah. Does Cammy clock him doing this?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like,
He's
I'm
not
like,
hiding.
I like almost push between the two of you. Just
She
like,
just puts
this
a hand.
is so interesting.
She puts a hand on her shoulder. Give her just a second. She's a little lost.
In Vamar again. Who are all of these people?
I really need to learn this language.
Well,
Agree.
it's
What is he? What is it saying?
these are all of my friends. He's just very curious about you. He's never met a dragon before.
Oh, and
Yeah.
she kind of like does this little like head flip as if
Yeah.
she's like posing almost.
Picture.
Good.
All of this is recorded.
Yeah.
And like as she does, you can see this almost like still kind of a weakness to her movements, as if
Yeah.
she's like almost a little bit clumsy.
Easy. Don't move too fast. It's okay. Yeah, it's all right.
Her head raises up too fast, and she kind of like
He
shakes it.
Could you tell her that if I could get a swab of some of the blood that is dripping
Yeah.
down, I could probably make sure that she's okay?
sure.
Tell you're gonna die.
Yeah.
What is it saying now?
Oh, it like I said, it's very curious. He's very curious about you, and was wanting to see if you use a special machine to make sure that everything's good and that there's nothing else that's. Make sure that you
You're
have
very
clean.
shiny, and just like her head gets very,
yeah.
very close to you.
There's still
Like,
that like
inches
there's a
away from
little bit of panic
Yep.
from earlier.
Yeah,
but,
like, She's
so,
very
like,
large, and so like that's a very fast
he
movement.
pushes back.
It's okay.
You're very shiny.
Can I roll an insight to
Can I keep
see that she's not actually?
You can be.
I want to keep it.
Oh, well, he can be your friend if you like.
I like friends. Can I keep the friend?
Well, we'll talk about that later. But he wanted to.
I want to keep it.
Well,
Is it yours?
There's so many things.
she looks at him. Yeah. He's mine for right now, but yes. Well,
You can still understand everything that she's saying, even though she has switched to Balmarin. Not in directly words, but in that same vein of understanding the intent behind the language. There's a deep curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
She's gone from worry to curiosity to a little bit of like a prideful but I want it covetousness.
yeah.
But it's not malicious.
Hayes, could you open your little hole so I can get the rest of my scanners out, please?
He just sighs, and he just draws
Here.
out his door.
I'll tell you what. That one's mine for right now.
Gestures inside.
I'll let you borrow him for a little bit. If
What is borrow?
it means that you can have him for a little while, and then you give him back to me later.
I don't want to give it back.
I know, but that's how sharing works.
I don't like
I
sharing.
know. It's unfortunately how the world works, but I very much appreciate it.
She sounds so very young.
Yeah,
Ask her if she's willing to stay with us for a while.
but if you'd like, you can stay with us and be around them for a good long while. Would you want to do
Ooh, that's fun.
that? Isn't it?
Are you? Oh no!
Vanessa,
And she just like drops her head to the ground and like covers her head with
Honey.
her paws.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
My temple.
Is that enough for taking samples? So I could. Is that what that was?
Just a sec.
My temple. Where'd my temple go?
Yeah, we know what happened. We know what happened to the temple.
No.
Okay, that's
That
right.
is so far out of.
We just
your
know
guys'
the title that she has.
Actually, you're the only person, Cammy. You're the only person I would allow to make a history check on this.
Please. Okay. Good. It's a fucking 15.
Okay, that's barely enough. You know of There are dragon temples throughout the mountains, and actually throughout a lot of the world, where you have places where elemental conduits are kind of come into the world. Dragons aren't like, it's not like a lot of legends where dragons are hatched from eggs, like actual reptiles. They appear at certain places that are nexus points for different elements throughout the Earth of Amar.
Interesting.
And there was a conduit temple, there was a nexus temple that had been found recently, the last couple of years or so, had been destroyed. The dragon that it was supposed to be guarding was gone. All of the priests killed. Some escaped. And that's how people knew about this, was priests escaped to neighboring towns, but many had been killed.
Do I know how far away this temple was, or like if it was even on this continent, or if it was somewhere else?
As the crow flies, it was about like the southern foothills of the Rift Sich Mountains, which on foot, that's through those mountains is like a month-long journey through rough terrain. As the crow flies, it's maybe a week if the weather's bad.
Okay, gotcha.
But this dragon has also been here for a while. It has been over the Blackhollow Pass for a while.
Like as long as I've been alive, or like less than that?
No. She has been here slightly less time than the temple has been destroyed.
Gotcha. Okay.
Those events line.
Which was only a few years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blackhollow was dragonless between when the dragon of Caravan-burst died, and several years ago when this dragon appeared in the area.
Got it. Okay.
She was sort of a rumor actually for the first while, and then got a little more bold around people and a little more visible.
Got it. Okay. Camia's not the right person for it.
I'm going to see if I can attempt to speak with Cheldriel through the quasi-mental link and with Raj.
Okay, what do you say?
Do you know what year it is? Do you know the passage of time? How much has passed?
Oh, you sound weird.
He's from out of town.
Damn tourists.
He sounds weird.
Actually, no, I wouldn't understand what he's saying at all.
No.
So
Yeah. It sounds weird.
He's from out of town. Or they're from out of town.
What did you ask?
I will switch to Celestial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you understand me?
Oh, I know that one. She's responding in Celestial.
Okay.
And has gone from total panic to excitement again.
Okay.
I know that one.
Well, this makes life much easier.
You can take it from here, I suppose.
Do you speak Celestial?
No.
No one else
Nope.
here speaks Celestial?
He's just gonna squat on the ground with the staff in his lap. Just
Good.
I understand nothing.
How bad are your wounds?
I'm okay.
Okay.
My head hurts.
Thramless will place a hand upon her head if she is willing, and I will cast Cure Wounds.
Aww,
Oh, nice.
so very sweet.
Yep, that's right.
So do I get to take some of this dried blood, or what is going on with this?
Oh my
I don't think that she'll say no at this point. I think she's distracted by the pretty language.
Okay, I'm gonna try to scrape some dried blood off.
Oh,
Just like as carefully
She,
and cautiously as possible.
Kind of shakes her head back as you reach up. Roll me a dexterity check.
Yeah. I'm still afraid of her. So she reacts with a 3. I kind of oh, we're sure that she's not going to try to eat me or melt me again. Yes.
He's not going to hurt you.
he just wants to give you
If
a
he
checkup.
hurts you, I will hurt him.
She's making this kind of pouty face and lower her head down and move her chin towards you, where some of that blood has dribbled out from her mouth.
And I will collect some samples.
Okay.
Well, we
See,
have
let's
a
use the
small
code.
trip that we need to
I know,
head
I'm proud.
or finish up with a caravan. Have you seen many caravans?
No.
Would you like to?
Yes, I would. Wait, are they people-sized?
They are more akin to roughly the height of those two.
People-sized. You're
Yes.
bigger than people-sized.
Yes.
And she, like, takes in this big breath and, like, puffs out her cheeks. And you see this kind of, like, glittery, like, almost dust, like, coppery dust envelop her for a second. And then she down to, like, person size.
Oh my god.
And transforms herself into roughly the shape of a 12-year-old girl.
I
Did I
love her and I will protect her with all my life.
She's got
Did I manage to get the rest of my sensors going that don't require samples, just like my radiation and environmental scans going?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
He is,
I'll allow
he
that.
is
There was a
like
lot of conversation.
so excited.
There was a lot of conversation that happened. But she's got this like mass of curly, coppery red hair. Like it just looks like burnished copper. And like her skin is this kind of like medium dark with just a smattering of freckles all over her face and all down her arms and like down even onto like the tops of her hands, that like in the right light these freckles have this sort of like dull metallic sheen as if they are made of copper as well. And she's wearing this like extremely simple like white shift dress with no adornment no like sewn adornment whatsoever, but it looks like it's been painted in places and then like not sealed in any way, so the paint is like chipping off, and she's got these like colorful childish drawings all over her like tannish like undyed white dress that like is all torn at the hem, like you know, like a kid running through mud. And she's just there, just this little kid. She looks roughly like, I don't know, kind of half elven-ish, where she's got that like sort of like wild fae appearance to her with the pointed ears and the, but she seems very excited to be in human form all of a sudden.
I think this might have paid for my entire research trip just by this interaction.
Most
itself.
likely, yes. I
Well-
can almost guarantee that.
Depending on how long you wish to stay with us, and if
You're so tall right now.
you are very short.
Just like as she nods, her hair like bounces with her.
I'm going to make a translation software. I'm going to do this.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
We should probably teach the others the language we're currently speaking.
It's very pretty.
It is.
It's very pretty. Oh, and she switches back to Farmaran. You
Yes.
know this one.
Yes, I do know this one. That's right.
Do you know what else do you know?
Oh, I know. She starts speaking in Elven. I know this one. And it switches over to Dwarven. I know this one.
Total confusion on
Yeah.
both of those.
Did she start speaking in Sylvan? I know this one.
I know that one.
That's a rare one. I'm very proud of you for knowing that one. I know a scarier one if you want to hear it.
Scary.
And I know this one. As she speaks in Infernal.
Just like kind of eyes wide, and she just shakes her head.
She does like a little bit of thaumaturgy to make her eyes a little bit bright when she does it.
You're spooky.
A little bit. I try to be nice, but don't tell anyone else.
Okay.
Okay.
Hayes is
She
very
kind of like
confused.
turns back and sees.
Yeah.
By this point, like she kind of looks through all of you, and by this point, all of the figures that had been overtaken by Meanlocks have, that goo has sort of evaporated away and left them kind of like crusty and gross and unconscious on the ground.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Who's all
go.
them?
Those are about.
Did I hurt them?
I don't think that you hurt them.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I think whatever was making you sick hurt them. I think that's what was happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she like totally like kind of cows away from them.
No, it's. You weren't yourself, and it's okay.
Hayes, go ahead and make that wisdom save again. Just with all of this conversation and like listening to her speak.
I'm gonna roll like butts. It's a 12.
12!
Oh.
There's this like frustrating thread of magic that you want to grab onto and it's just not working for you. I will allow you after a couple hours of interaction with her, I will allow you to make again with advantage.
Okay. With disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
Punishment.
In Galactic,
Hayes wants to be included.
we will need to discuss languages and train everyone up so that way we can all speak to each other in various as well as to this one.
That
Once
would
I'm
be
able to
nice.
get some communication devices set up for everyone, I could probably install a translation device with your help for translating, of course.
Mhm.
But then at least between us, we could speak
Yes.
any
know-
language and be
I
translated.
know a fair amount of the languages of this world, so I can probably at least give the software a little bit of help in that regard.
I don't know if I could create something that would be able to hear other people talking and translate it, but within the network it should work, maybe? I don't know.
Hayes
Then
very,
at least we can see one side of the conversation.
very hesitantly in Demosian says, "Does anyone speak this?"
Yep, I know that one, unfortunately.
Does
I
anyone-
recognize it, but I do not understand it now.
All right. Fair enough. Fair
Look
enough.
at us all being polyglots.
God, I wish that were me.
Yeah.
I know.
I wish I was the linguist.
Ik spreek een beetje Nederlands, maar ik spreek het niet zo goed.
Nuking and cooking.
God! I cut that out! People speak that language already!
Nuking in the cooking.
People speak that!
You're welcome.
We've said
No
fuck
one who
on.
watches this could still.
We've said fuck on here before. It's fine.
You can always start speaking Pig Latin.
Please stop.
I have not contributed to this particular joke.
You've contributed to a lot of others.
Yes, I just said this particular one.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Anyway,
Dajibu.
Hey.
Dajibu?
Dajibu.
Are you done?
Yeah.
um,
Alright. I suppose they're probably going to need a little bit of attention, so I'm going to go and check up on all of them.
are we going to continue interacting with the dragon, or is she going to leave, or what's going on?
She's going to be staying with us.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, I will help you check out and make sure everyone here is okay. Do some standard blood tests.
Taruk, as you're saying all this, I need you to roll me a perception check with advantage because it has to do with hearing.
23.
You can hear, just as you're going through this list, there is this rustling in the distance, in the woods in the distance.
He kind of perks up for a second. There's something here.
What do you mean there's something here?
There's movement. Can I get a direction?
Yeah, you can get a beat on where it's coming from. It's distant. It's not distant, but it's farther than you would be able to see.
I have 3 times distance magnification on
It's
that.
not about distance, it's about foliage.
Okay.
It's farther than you would be able to see through the foliage.
Okay.
As you point in that direction, Hayes will kind of get up and kind of shoot up into the air in that direction to try and see if he can see
It's
anything.
into the forest a bit, so I can't see it, but there's movement over there. Perhaps we administer to them and they keep guard for that direction. Yes.
Yes. Can you
let us know if you need any help.
can you watch the young one and we'll take care of them?
Hayes, with a bird's eye view, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Come on.
Now that you have a direction and you're looking from above,
Yeah.
it will be easier to.
Blake thinks.
Yay! 22!
Yay!
I think I know what this is, but
You take off, take a nice soaring arc over the area that Taruk pointed out, and you can see she doesn't know to hide from up top, crouching behind a tree, kind of looking at this group from a distance, is a very damaged very hurt Mia.
I send a message down to Cammy using the message spell.
Okay.
Mia is on her way, it seems.
Since when have you been able to do this spell? Been holding out a lot on me. All right, just a sec.
Sorry. And Hayes starts to fly towards Mia, but then realizing that the last time he dive bombed the crap out of her, it scared the ever living crap out of her. He is going to fly, but like try and. Does she seem like she's trying to stealth?
Yeah. She's still bandaged and like she very clearly doesn't have any weapons or anything on her. I mean, she might have something hidden, but
you know what? I'm gonna get within 120 feet of her. Probably easy. That's a long ways. And I'm going to message at her. Off for a stroll in the woods.
Oh, son of a! And like all of y'all can hear from the woods, son of a mother. And like you can kind of point out now that she is like jumped up and is no longer stealthing. Where she is in the woods.
Just laughed at herself and.
Are you okay?
Where the fuck are you?
He kind of will try to gently and not scarily land without just boom.
She will like skitter back and like back against a tree and like goes into this kind of fighting stance, but like she's still shaky.
I'm not here to fight you.
Bullshit.
We've been tasked from the distance. We've been tasked to protect you, so we're not going to hurt you.
Were you with the dragon?
Also, we found your ship.
That too.
Yeah.
Were you with the dragon?
A dragon took my ship down, yeah?
Well, that's awkward.
Is it here?
Just a small girl we found and some unconscious people.
Fuck! And she will she doesn't like push you to the side, but she will like run past you, limping. So like, quote unquote running, she's at half speed, but she kind of limps past you like toward, as soon as you say unconscious.
He's gonna kind of like pseudo walk / jog behind her.
Oh, you can keep up with her just like a regular walk.
Yes.
She's limping and
He's just gonna roll his eyes a little bit.
she's hurt.
Yeah.
I'm in the process of testing to make sure they are okay.
Yep.
But they seem to be alive for now.
Oh god. Okay. And she like runs up next to some of them and is like checking vitals, like not like freaking out, but a little bit freaking out. And
I thought I put you on bed rest, but maybe I wasn't stern enough about that.
yeah, like I fucking trust you. And
Well,
she's like kneeling next to somebody, she sort of like hums this tune under her breath, and you can see this pale lavender, like gray lavender light, like pass down her arms and into this person, and that person wakes up with what seems to be some kind of low-level magical healing.
I've taken blood samples from everyone.
Cool.
Thief.
I've stolen their blood.
Their blood is mine.
There is a very dangerous magical disease about. I have taken blood samples.
Congratulations, they all have to.
Also, it's something. No, it's scurvy. It's because they're all part of a ship. It's scurvy.
Yeah.
Cool.
They all have scurvy.
That's right.
Yep. And she'll go through, and she's able to bring 3 people back up, but that's she can bring 4 people back up to consciousness, and then will like try with a 5th, and the magic just
just let me do it as she basically pulls some herbs out of her backpack and begins to mash them together. And
if you want to save those, I can quickly restore the other 3.
You guys are taking away a lot of the fun that I have. It's like my livelihood and all that, but that's fine.
I thought your livelihood was attacking things that jump again.
I have many livelihoods, thank you.
So a loss of this one should not be a big deal.
I will turn to Childria in Celestial. How are you at healing others?
I can't do that.
Okay. No.
I could do that. I don't know how to do that.
Watch.
Okay. She
And-
will stick next to you and just stick her very tiny hand into yours and walk next to you.
Oh,
It's adorable. Next to this
Thramless.
horrifying monster of a person.
Yeah.
Thramless, their demeanor has changed from what you're used to.
Changed how?
They seem to be
More bubbly?
They seem to be a lot more relaxed and more energetic towards this dragon than you have ever seen from them before, because they're usually clipped and just very to the point.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to actually take the time to describe anything and everything
All the time.
to this child.
Taruk will even lean over to Cam and be like, "They're very good with children."
Oh,
Never
I
thought-
love this.
Never thought that one was father material, but there we go. Or mother material? I'm not sure. Whatever they want to go by.
Do you think it's because of her lineage? I don't think that they acted this way around the others when we found them, but
Oh no, this is. I think that there's a certain kinship in being lost that they both
I'll
in
spend my
who they
3
are and
first level spells
being lost for as long
on
as they have been.
the other 3.
Hayes is going to observe mainly because he's not as familiar with the healing magics.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
So he's taking notes.
Thramless will actually engage with you if you want to watch their methodology for casting
Mhm.
cleansing spells.
I'd be very interested. I was never taught as much the healing types of spells.
This is more.
I've seen a bit from Cammy, but
This is more self-taught due to the nature of my world.
fair enough.
As you're going through waking each of these people up, it's an entirely. All of these people are Vomarin. Mostly elven, and there's one gnome among them. But they all seem to recognize Mia and are immediately relieved to see her, and there's this sort of kind of commiserating pigeon language between Vomarin and Galactic and a little bit of Elvish and some just bits of other languages, bits of slang that they kind of have with each other. It seems to be fairly tight-knit, and there is this immense relief in all of them, seeing each other be okay.
So I get the sense they're all part of the crew of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad we didn't murder all of them.
Yep.
Only 5 of them.
We tried.
While they're reviving most of these people, Taruk's gonna just take a look around at the wreckage and see if there's any data modules, any sort of storage black box, any recordings, anything like that, any data to salvage.
Probably your best bet in this area is to head up to the cockpit or to walk all the way back to where the rest of the ship is mostly intact, just farther back south. But you could walk to either.
I'm gonna start with the cockpit, and then I'm gonna check. I'm checking. I'm gonna start with the
Nice snipe.
Okay.
I love it.
The Petcox, yes.
I'll start there, and then I'm going to check literally everything I can find. And any information I find, I would like to copy the information.
To what?
Good point. My pad's still broken
Your
up.
pad is still broken.
Fucking bitch. So,
You haven't been able to upload to the cloud in a while, So you're getting a little...
Yeah.
Little local storage.
Yeah.
Can I try using the maintenance cantrip on my pad, and then maybe if I can find any spare like wiring or anything necessary from the ship itself to do a hot fix on
Roll a
my pad?
investigation check? Is that still a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not.
I second guess myself every time I ask you guys to roll a check now.
17.
17. Maybe I should learn the system that we're playing.
Do you want us to give you a character sheet?
I have them, I just don't have them with me.
What
Doesn't
are
matter.
they?
Doesn't matter. 17, you said?
17.
17. Yeah, it would take you... I'm assuming y'all are taking the time to take a short rest here.
Cammy is like pouring like some salve on her arms that are just like burnt all to shit and just wrapping those very gingerly.
So it will take the entirety of your short rest. You wouldn't be able to take a short rest
Yeah,
because
that
you're
was my
investigating.
expectation.
But you can very easily scrounge up what you need to fix your data pad. It won't be nearly as nice, but it'll be usable.
Right.
With the use of the maintenance cantrip. It'll take a couple of castings of it, but
Oh yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can manage to do that, and then you can start to, as you do that,
Copy data over. Start looking through like the actual state of the ship. It looks bad, but apart from where the cockpit came off and there's some like wreckage, it would be hard, but it's repairable. With like a crew to repair it, or
Yes.
like because it's
it would require
pieces.
it would require a lot of like physical, like dragging heavy bits of metal into place and barn raising basically, but
Right.
for a spaceship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was going to just start taking the data chips and say, well, you're probably not going to get the ship back, but if that's the case, if it looks like it's possibly salvageable, I'm still copying all the data because I don't trust Mia and I want as much information as possible from everything that was going down that I can get.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, after I've investigated, once I've checked out everything, I'll go back to the group, including Mia, and talk to them.
So I will say, before you do that, as you're kind of wandering through and picking through data, Mia and one of the elvish rescuees that you had will both kind of not necessarily approach you, but they're approaching the same area and doing a very similar assessment. And she's pointing stuff out and talking to this person in mostly Elvish, but you can catch bits of Galactic just in like the technical jargon that they're using because there's not necessarily a word for computer in Elvish.
Right.
But they're kind of poking at things and pointing through, and as they both kind of approach you, there's a little bit of wariness, but not the same malice that she had before. She seems too exhausted for that. Scavenging?
Checking over to the site. It looks, from my preliminary investigation, it looks like with a lot of physical work, you could probably salvage the ship.
That's what we thought. And she sort of will, like, talking between you and her companion, this is, do you want me to use that? It's such a dumb name, and he'll kind of, like, I'm Sunshine. How you doing? She just kind of, like, face palms.
God.
I love your name, by the way.
Thank you. I do appreciate that.
Were you the engineer for the ship, or?
Oh no, Mia's the engineer. I'm her assistant. And Mia's like, God, I didn't want this one to know that.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, Was your ship? Did it have 5? The engines.
It was a 9-core ship.
9.
It was.
Did I find the other 4?
Uh,
Because there were 5 on the battlefield.
did you go
itself.
back to like the other?
I mean, I'm looking, like I said, I'm checking every piece of the ship.
Yeah, the other 4 are still in their housings in the
Okay.
back part of the ship.
And the 5 cores I did find, they look like they're still functional. And
Yeah, they're intact.
Hmm.
It takes a lot to actually break one of those cores.
fair.
They're not
Um,
fragile crystal. They're pretty strong.
Well, it seems that all of your cores are intact.
We were happy to see that. Yeah.
Not going to. Anyway, so what?
Nothing.
I almost used one of your cores to soup up my robot, but I didn't. So you're welcome.
Well, thanks for that.
I almost died. Okay, so dragons are scary.
Wait, you saw the fucking dragon?
Yes, we fought the dragon. Yes.
Oh my god, where did it go?
She's gone now.
This-
But
She just left?
it's a long story. But
Fucking, why are we still here? We need to go.
she is not a
She's
threat.
fucking insane.
She's not threatening her. Actually, surprisingly, Cammy managed to cure the disease that was affecting her.
The fuck?
Yes. I don't know how, but
Just hear Cammy just cursing in the distance. As, shit.
I didn't expect
Fucking
it.
stings.
I did not expect it either. But once that happened, we were saved.
She's fucking insane.
Nothing. We actually had a little bit of a conversation. Well, I didn't because I don't speak Turkanic. I think that's what they said it was. I don't know. I don't speak most of the languages here, but she's gone.
Just like laughing into her hands, like, what the fuck?
She's healthy. She's gone. She's not a threat.
Who is the kid?
I'll tell you that later. It's a long story.
What was it like?
It's
was
a
it
long
Lemox
story. I
took
don't
a
want to get
kid,
into
or,
it
like-
right now. I mean, they have several times before. We've encountered
Many
many of
children.
them. We've actually saved
Yeah, I mean that's
several
kind of
children.
supposed to be the MO.
We saved several children after we've
No,
saved
I
you,
know.
actually, from being a mean lock as well. So anyway,
Way to leverage that again. Thanks.
It's all tools in your toolbox.
he's not a
And
great
Sunshine
liar.
is just like listening to this like back and forth.
So-
I do want you to make a deception check.
Here's the thing: he's not a great liar. And is trying to be like, just shut up.
I'm giving her disadvantage on her insight check because of all the shit that's happened to her. That's a natural one.
Thank God. What's the total?
Her total insight is a lot. I'm blanking. I don't know where I put her character sheet. I'm pretty sure it's a.
I got a 5.
Oh, I need to double check this then. Give me a second.
This
Five
seems
total?
important.
Yeah, I have 0 charisma.
Oh shit.
I have 0 charisma.
Well, yeah, we all knew
I
that.
have 0 charisma, 0 constitution, and -4 strength.
Just wow.
I
Just
don't
wow.
lift, bro.
Don't even.
Just wow.
I don't even lift the fucking coffee mug, alright?
You have the robot do that for you.
What else are robots for? That and mage hand. But that's another story.
That's the reason why you're so weak is because you don't
Okay.
have the coffee cups.
It's only a +2, so you're
Okay.
saved.
It's a long
It
story.
was her deception that said.
I just imagine Drew just being like, just stopping her from asking anymore.
So I'm double checking some of the circuitry as well. I'm trying to make sure that the circuitry is salvageable. I don't know if there'll be enough material to get everything functional, or if we'll have to go to
Circuitry, we
town.
can. That's an easy replace. Honestly, a lot of this is going to probably need to be replaced anyway because it's been exposed to the elements for what fucking day is it? I have been avoiding asking that question.
I just walked
entire
by
time
and
I've been with you
shrugged.
people. What month is it? You wouldn't know.
I'll
would you?
give the date.
Oh fuck! And her face kind of falls, and like Sunshine will like look at her. You good?
Do you have a hot date or something?
It's been.
Do you need the candy bar? Your glucose might be low, so.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Did you not hear me when I told you the first time? You have diabetes.
Fuck you. Fuck you. It's been 4 months. 4 fucking months. Wow.
Do I think that with the damage and the exposure that they would need raw materials to replace some components to get this thing working?
Yeah, they would need to like at least get they would need to get components in town and replace a lot of like the computer parts. They could get it running, but they wouldn't be able to make it space worthy. They could get it running just with what's
Hop
here.
to the town.
Yeah, well enough to fly to town.
Well, it's very possible to get this running well enough to get to town to get it fixed.
That's
The
what I
rest
thought.
of it. But the physical labor involved, I don't know if you all would be capable of that on your own in any
Oh, what are you
short
offering to
enough.
help?
Oh no, I don't do physical labor.
Yeah, I thought so.
Have
You
you
don't
seen
look
me?
like it.
Yeah, I don't know. We should have a conversation with Cami and the rest of the group to see what the plan is moving forward. If we're going to be trying to help you reassemble this, we have to worry about the caravan too, because we have to get the caravan to.
We weren't going. I wasn't going with the caravan all the way.
I'm-
This was my stop.
I'm very aware, but considering that there is a lot of work that needs to get done, you would be here a very long time without extra help.
I mean, it's not like we can set foot in Fort Pine Point.
Right.
You
The
know.
whole bounty thing. Yes.
Yeah, you know the whole wanted pirates thing?
Oh my god, the pirates, I love it.
We're basically looking at trying to get this at least skyworthy enough to get back across to Odiev.
I'll let you and Sunshine finish this.
He just kind of like does this little like vogue, like, oh, talking about me.
I really like you.
He's cute, right? Like he's this tall,
no.
like elvish gentleman with like long, bright, like sunshine bright hair. That's
really
like
like
tied in these braids. Yeah. Why thanks.
such a juxtaposition.
He like slaps me on the back and she just like glares.
I'll let you finish your survey, come to your own conclusions. We should meet back up with the group and make a decision though, because they might want to help you, they might not, I don't know. Maybe even just to provide you with food for the time that you would need to work on your ship. I don't know. I have nothing really to offer except for my expertise in mechanics, but that is why I'm doing the survey myself too.
We couldn't find our captain either. We're missing a few. We haven't found bodies or anything. There are a couple of bodies around, but they're old.
Cough, cough. 5 members missing. Cough, cough.
Well, I'll talk to you later.
What was that deception check?
12.
13.
You're a little shifter there.
Oh
She,
yeah, he doesn't usually have a purpose to lie. He's trying to be trying not to break bad news to them.
Uh,
Because apparently telling people they have diabetes out of nowhere is rude, so telling people their 5 crew members are dead is probably rude too. So I'm not going to do that.
I mean, character growth, you know?
but
We have come across multiple Minox in the area. It's possible the same things happen to them.
were you like up near there?
Just kind of assessing things, walking around, checking things out.
So you
Happens
heard
to
the
walk
last of
by.
that.
Happens to walk by at the end of that conversation.
Yep.
Okay.
We have come across quite a few, especially in the tunnels and such, though I don't know if I would recommend it. It was quite treacherous.
As you guys were doing your survey, you saw that the tunnels that you guys came up through were closing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Part of why she came over the mountain and not through it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it took her so long. Yeah, I just have a bad feeling about it.
Taruk kind of looks over at Hayes like, do I say so?
Taruk walked away.
Well, no, I was
Oh.
going to, but then Hayes
Oh, okay,
came up
okay.
and started talking, so now Taruk's like, staring at Hayes, like,
Hayes
looks
is
over
just
at
gonna
Hayes like,
pretend like he doesn't know what may have happened. He just said as much as he could without, completely. Yeah.
So not making the best decision, Taruk will say, I would maybe bank on them not to survive. If it's been 4 months,
He starts
She just
glaring
kind
at
of-
you.
Honestly, she just kind of nods and
it
just
doesn't seem likely that they're alive.
seems to accept it.
Luckily, we did manage to save you all. Somehow.
Leveraging that shit again. God.
I'm not trying to use it against you. I'm just using it as.
She just like
So-
makes a face. Like she's not taking it seriously, but
Well, I'm not using it against you, anyways. You'll use my face against the wall in my hole, but
look, dude, you fucking trapped me in this cluttered, weird,
It was-
squishy room and suffocated me to death.
That's my weird squishy room.
Not to death, actually.
Closey fucking enough.
You tried to
Very
kill
true.
me.
I don't-
You're a psycho. You are a psycho.
Alright,
Do you
I-
understand this about yourself?
I tried to not pounce on you this last time.
Oh my god.
Unrelated to that conversation, do you have like a reimbursement program for damages done? Because my pad is still kind of fucked up, and you did try to steal it from me, so something.
You were going to turn us in,
I wasn't. I told you. I straight up told you I was
Bullshit.
not going to.
and I'm supposed to just trust you?
To be fair,
Not
he does.
steal my fucking shit. If you were gone, how was I going to turn you in? You could have left without my data pad, and nothing would have changed. There would have
Everybody
been
knows I was in
literally no
the
difference.
area.
To
None of it would
be
They
make
already knew.
fair.
I'm just freaking
You
out.
knew they already
Son of a bitch! And like Sunshine just like puts a hand on her shoulder, and he's just like, calm
Son of a
down.
flower.
Taruk has a very unfortunate feature that he will tell you the truth no matter whether you like it or not. I will tell you this.
Sunshine just kind of just rubs her shoulders a little bit. We're gonna walk away for a minute and let her calm down. She doesn't make a lot of the best decisions when she's upset, and she just like looks like she's gonna say something, and he just like puts a hand on her mouth.
I'm
We're
getting
gonna
that.
walk away for a second,
I'm getting that. Yes.
and he just like walks her away somewhere,
Hmm.
and like sits her down, and like she just puts her head in her hands.
Sunshine is just a delight.
He just shakes his head and just keeps checking out the wreckage.
Yeah, I
See
finished
what's
my
not
survey
fucked up.
and data mining.
Hmm.
And I'm also gonna, if you want to roll that into my investigation from earlier, I'm also looking for any like safes or vaults.
Okay. What was your investigation from earlier? It was high. 17. So you do notice as you go through like the main part of the ship, a lot of like the stuff is tossed around, but a lot of like the internal structure is intact. You're kind of poking around some of those rooms, and you can see there are bedrooms that have been tossed, where like a lot of the furniture has like come apart from where it's bolted to the ground and like slammed against walls, and things have moved, and like doors are hanging open. Not a lot of doors are like swing doors, but there are a couple that seem to be have been built into walls and like made to be hidden that are like swing doors. And you can find a couple of hidey holes that have some are like weird knickknacks. You find a snow globe in one of them that's like smashed, and like it's got this like glittery dragon in it. That's like a little. But you do find a what looks to be in one of those alcoves was an altar of some sort. That was like a personal shrine. Almost that was hidden, and now the door is open, and like the whole of this ship is kind of like tilted, so almost everything is like moved toward the front, slid toward the front, and so like the table that this altar was on is still bolted down. A lot of the stuff has kind of fallen off, and there are some valuables there, gilded things, whatnot, that seem to be like artifacts of Omar that someone had taken with them.
Does this look anything like symbology of Regila?
Roll a.
Since that's who she
Roll a
went
history
to
check.
and prayed to. Ooh, very good. History is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It does not seem to be symbology of Regila. It looks like probably somebody else's altar. You're not quite sure who it is of, but there is symbology of a... actually, no. You've seen some of these symbols before at the Feast of Bidal, when you guys were in Steingrove, so you can see some symbology of the god of the hearth. But a lot of like well-crafted, like handmade goods.
Don't be the British Museum and steal these things.
That too says that I do.
God.
Yeah, I'm
Are
gonna
you
take
looking
a couple
for value,
shiny...
or are you looking for monetary value, or are you looking for anthropological value? Because these are different items.
I can't carry a lot.
No, you cannot.
That's the only thing that's stopping you from being a great robber.
Legitimately, if I had a bag of holding, all the shit would be gone.
Yeah.
Note to self: buy a bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
There's a broken crystal bowl that looks to be like an offering bowl of some kind. There is a carved wooden tablet in a language you don't know. There's a little wooden statue of this jolly, kind of rotund, jolly man with an apron with this kind of like gentle smile. And he's got like one hand on his belly and one hand is reaching out as if to offer help. And there are several candles. There's some other iconography. There's a very nice embroidered table runner on this altar. And the table itself is just like a metal, a metal side table that has been bolted to the floor in this little cubby hole.
I'm gonna take some recordings of the tablet and the statue.
Okay.
And then I'm going to just take a couple things of monetary value, because right now I am dead fucking broke. I have zero
So
money.
The carved crystal bowl, just for the sake of the crystal itself, even though it's broken, would be worth monetary value. And then there are some coins that seem to have been given as an offering that are in.
Okay.
That's just asking me smoke.
There's
Yeah.
There's 12 gold worth of coins in there.
12 gold. Good.
And then a looks like a loaded credit stick. You don't know how much is loaded onto it.
Okay, so let me do credit stick. And
This also looks like a spot where someone probably stored a lot of their valuables, like underneath that table.
crystal shards.
It is just like 2 halves of a bowl. It's not like shattered.
Okay, crystal. Yeah, so I'm just gonna take. Actually, I'm gonna leave that. I'm just gonna take the coins and the cred stick,
Okay.
and then take some recordings. Because
Roll a d20 for me.
he also figures that anthropological stuff and like religious iconography and stuff he can learn from people. He doesn't need these objects for that. 18
Okay.
plus
Don't worry about
anything? Minus anything?
No.
Okay.
That's just for me. Don't worry about it. Continue.
The likelihood
That
of you being
sounds
smart.
good.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
guessing something along that line.
Yeah.
He also, just doesn't put a lot of stock in these deities coming after him.
Is there anything else you're looking for, or?
Other than data, and now he has a little bit of money, so that he's not super concerned.
Are you just
Mostly
downloading
just data.
whatever?
I'm trying to get every scrap of data I can.
You're just downloading it without looking
yeah.
at it? Great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
You have a
Wonderful.
virus.
Viruses.
Yeah, you just download from
I have-
LimeWire.
I'm sure he has antivirus.
No,
software, so-
I'm aware.
Yeah,
But-
right now he's just getting the information, gonna try and sift through it later.
Oh, shit,
Or-
it's McAfee. You're screwed. I'm sorry.
That's
Or,
a virus in and of itself.
Yep, it is.
Or outsource it to one of his colleagues off-world
Cool.
is also possible, depending.
And you're able to, like, if you don't want to, like, download this stuff, you could just, like, take data cards and shit like that.
If I run out of space, I'll do that. I'm trying to
You
make.
will run out of space.
I'm trying to make copies for the most
There's a
part.
lot of data. And this is a full ship's worth of data. There's
Yeah.
and stuff in engineering. There's stuff in navigation. There's stuff fucking everywhere. There's personal diaries that are recorded on digital devices that are scattered through rooms. Like, there's a lot of information. This was several people's entire lives.
Oh god! If he starts taking stuff, they're gonna know he's taking stuff.
Are you prioritizing anything? Are you prioritizing navigation information, or the engineering logs, or personal information, or
Probably prioritizing personal information. What he's looking for
are you
is
doing this quietly?
as quietly as possible. He's
Roll me
trying
stealth
to.
check.
He's trying to get information as to what type of crime they were actually doing. Because if it was serious stuff that's actually worth a lot of bounty money, or that he finds particularly worth turning them in for, he wants to know. Stealth is 22.
22. Great. For most of the time you guys are up here, and I imagine you're up here for a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just finding
Cammy's just
rooms
chilling.
and chilling out, making sure everyone's not sick. You, as you kind of check everyone over, you don't see that blue ring in anyone else's eyes. Everyone seems clean. But Taruk, you're looking through stuff. Are you analyzing any of this, or are you just taking the data and then going?
Just taking the data and going.
Okay.
Probably skimming enough to determine what type of information it is, and to just so that he knows what information he's taking, and again prioritizing personal logs and stuff like that.
Cool. And I imagine you do take the navigation log just to.
Probably to match up with timelines of stuff. If there's like this ship was seen, committing this crime. Like if their navigation log shows them there.
Go ahead and roll a. Investigation of computers. I'll let you choose. Investigation of
Computers.
Computers.
10.
10. Okay. You do fill up on data pretty fast, since you haven't been able to upload things in a while, and so that's against all of your scanning information, against all of your recordings of everything that happens. You are filling up on information, and so you start to run into: do you take SIM cards or do you not? And as you're kind of running into this dilemma, you've been wandering around doing this for a couple hours now, including your conversation with Mia.
Yeah.
And one of the people who y'all rescued, who you hadn't spoken to before, sort of wanders past the room that you're in, chatting with someone else. It's one of the elven women, and the gnome are kind of walking past, and you quickly duck yourself back into a corner. And you are fiddling with the device that you had picked up, and she wanders into that room with sort of a comment thrown over her shoulder in Galactic. Hang on, I want to see if that's still here, and like wanders in and makes contact with you. She rolled a 23.
Yeah.
Makes eye contact with you. And you have my data pad. Why? And this is, you take a look at her. She is elven woman on like the shorter side, looks like a wood elf, darkish kind of auburn hair that goes down to a bit about mid back in this like loose braid, medium dark skin, and just kind of like this raised eyebrow, and
Two
this
reasons.
scar that comes across her cheek. But
2 reasons. First of all, I'm trying to determine the physical assets we have for potentially repairing systems on the ship that need to be repaired. Second, Mia broke my fucking pad, and I need something to replace it with, or at least help fix it.
so you're
'cause
just
it's-
taking
'cause it's
mine?
broken. Well, I was seeing what is available. I'm
She like
surveying
grabs
the
it out of your
assets.
hand. What the fuck is wrong with
I
you?
let go. I was surveying the assets. Do you want the ship to run?
Did somebody ask you?
I mean, kind of. I think so. Sunshine seemed receptive to our help, but
I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna hit it.
why would you do? He's such a nice person.
He's
Why
my
would
brother.
you-
I'm allowed to.
Fair.
And she just kind of like pinches the bridge of her nose.
There is a lot of damage to circuitry and chips and not software, hardware on the ship, and I'm trying to determine what is.
Roll me a deception check.
16.
16.
What'd she get?
She got a 16.
Oh, she got a 16 also? It's kind of a push.
Dropping Sunshine, inviting me to help. Does that tip that scale to just enough to be believable?
I think she's suspicious, but she's not sure about herself. She doesn't believe you, but she doesn't really clock a reason not to.
Okay.
But she'll just kind of like, look, dude. Who the fuck are you?
One of the people that saved your lives.
That calms her down just a tiny, tiny bit. Do you know what's going on here? And like the gnome has kind of like poked her head into this. Is like watching this go down like from the doorway.
From what I understand, you were traveling, I guess, to Vonar, and your ship was attacked and destroyed by a dragon. And Mia and the rest of you were taken by Meanlocks, and we first rescued Mia, and then Mia led us in this direction, and then we rescued you.
Right. Yeah, all
And
of
then
that.
what-
But like the whole her shouting that you were going to turn us in thing. You know what this is, right?
Yes, but
So
she...
you know why I don't want you
she's
poking around in
better.
her shit?
I hope you have a better judge of character than she is, because I have no intention of turning you in. I never did. Well, I did, to start with. But decided it was not worth the effort, and I straight up told her that it was not worth it. But I asked her not to leave, as she would be endangering a population with a deadly plague, which she purposefully ignored.
She kind of has this like, when the fuck did that come in kind of an expression, but like lets you continue.
Which she ignored and stole my pad, which ended up getting broken because of it, which led us here.
You've got quite the victim complex. Just gonna put that out there.
Wow.
She stole my pad and endangered people's lives.
Okay.
I'm a little annoyed at her.
Yeah, most people get annoyed at Mia. That's just kind of like how people interact with her.
Most
She's
people
fine.
get annoyed at me. Perfect
Yeah,
example.
no shit. You two are perfect for each other.
Now, Kith.
Oh no.
I don't trust you. Just gonna put that out there.
Why?
I don't know. You're snooping around her shit. You were in my. This is my diary, and she like looks down at what's like up on
I would
data
have
pad.
cleared out what I was on. As soon as I saw her, I would have immediately cleared out of what I was doing.
gone to the home.
Yeah. I would have cleared out the windows like as soon
Okay.
as she walked in the door and looked at me.
Okay.
Because I could pull that back up if she didn't take the
Fair.
pad from me.
You just have my data. Like this is. Where did you even find? And she like finally takes a look at the rest of the room. Oh.
Everything is destroyed. Or at least damaged. I pull Volks, because Volks is a small creature at this point,
Mm-hmm.
and he's kind of like, actually no, he would be with me. So he's like just sitting in a corner chilling in the room.
Okay.
I would just point, I made him. I am pretty talented with technology and computers. This is my entire job and living. I'm trying to help you out the best way I can, which is via trying to figure out how to fix your shit.
Okay, but my stuff. She holds up her data pad. Is not the priority.
But it might become the tool necessary to fix something that is a priority.
Everything that's on this is personal. Get out of my room.
I will leave. I'm just saying the hardware is useful. And I'm going to leave.
And she's like leaning over to the gnome girl. What the fuck? What the fuck is up with it? What? And just upset.
Most
How you
interactions
leave most
with
people,
toads,
yes.
yeah.
But you all sort of gather as much information as you possibly can through all of this. What are the rest of y'all doing? Just resting and
Once
assessing damage, or
Cammy was done with making sure everyone was A-okay, once she was good with making sure that like wounds were bandaged and whatnot, she just kind of like sat down for a while and just observed, just watched everyone, just like very happy but exhausted with how everything went down.
excellent.
She just, every so often, she'll just look at Thromless and Childril and just kind of smile a little bit, just watching them interact with each other.
Hayes.
I think Hayes just kind of would have been trying to help out where he could in certain places, kind of avoiding Mia after that last interaction a little bit. But with probably noticing Cammy kind of just taking a moment. He might kind of pat the ground with his foot and say, "Is this seat taken?"
It's a free continent.
Fair enough. And he squats on down next to you. Everything alright?
We just fought a dragon.
Well, it seemed you helped a dragon reclaim its life, yes. What happened there? I just saw the lights, the crown, everything just kind of seemed fine.
It's strange. You saw the crown. Did I tell you where I found it at?
I don't recall if we had the time for that explanation.
Well, I think we had a second, but I think Taruk was taken at the moment too much by enjoying the fact that I dove into the water.
Oh, most likely.
Yeah, in the temple. But strangely, going in there, none of those dryads thought it was necessary to stop me for any reason. And they're too busy trying to corral us.
Maybe they meant for someone to go in there.
Someone meant for me to go in there. Remember me telling you about the smoke? Kind of looks a little bit like me.
I believe so.
It's gonna sound so fucking psychotic, but it pointed me down to dive down and was frantic about it and was determined. And I, against my better judgment and the ire of Taruk for the rest of my natural life, I chose to go in after all that and found the crown at the bottom, cradled in the hands of a dead person.
I see.
I grabbed it, and when I grabbed it, there was this noise that I heard, this note. And didn't think much of it, never been much of a musician, but I joined with you all, and when I walked towards the dragon, the note was there again. And
You thought you'd try it out?
it was the only thing that made sense at the time. Otherwise, I was about to get melted, and then you wouldn't have a tour guide anymore. So,
Well, to be fair, I'm glad you did it when you did, because otherwise I have a feeling she would have been next on what we were dishing.
oh yeah, no, Thronless was going to absolutely stab her in the face.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, he would have.
It's ironic seeing them walk around like there's nothing when you see such visceral. I don't even know if Thronless does hate things, but
He's used to this one.
yeah.
If you haven't noticed, he thrives in blood.
I suppose that's fair. for Thronless. But I digress. Just weird watching them and the girl just walk around like they're parent and child.
It's kind of nice to see this side of him, though.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very disturbing. It's a strange juxtaposition to see this child of light and then this harbinger of darkness. Poetic, really.
You're not supposed to know that yet.
I know everything.
I think we're all kind of trying to figure each other out, so I don't think that's necessarily weird.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm here. Things have been chaotic. I wouldn't mind a solid bed and a good meal. That sounds fantastic, but we're almost there.
One quick thing. She sucker punches you in the arm.
Ah!
Dead arms you.
Thank you.
Yeah. That was for running away in the middle of the night when there's a dragon about.
I already had that. I didn't. Well, I suppose there was. Yeah.
I'm glad you're okay though.
Sleep deprivation does things to you like saying yes to Taruk, I guess.
Yeah, no, it does that. We're as horrendously uncharismatic as he is, seems to just convince people by sheer annoyance to do things.
I knew if anything I could get away, and if Taruk was smart, I could attempt to get away as well. But
He reminds me a lot of someone, though. Someone I used to know.
oh,
Yeah. Old friend. They would have got along splendidly. Or they would have killed each other. I don't know which would have happened first. I think Taruk probably would have lost that battle unless he cheated again and then slept him, but I digress. Anyways. I better go console Mia. I thought I heard some shouting between her and Taruk a little while back.
this should surprise no one.
No, it's just surprised no one. I'm glad you're safe.
Same with you.
Kind of. Do you still have your hat on? Or is it gone at this point?
I think no, he dropped his hat by the place we were going down because he figured that if anything was a sign that we went this way, that was his breadcrumb.
Yeah.
He needs a new hat now.
She very, very quickly pulls out a tattered hat that got melted by acid, partially. Sorry.
Thank you.
If anything, it's an
does it look like Swiss cheese?
because I got breathed on by a dragon.
Yep, that would explain it. He just kind of shoves it into his pocket.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Got kind of caught up in the moment and we just kept on moving. Forgot I had it. It's fine.
Totally fine.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Help me up. And she's...
What are we gonna do about the caravan, though?
Oh, yeah, there is that. I almost forgot.
You know your job?
Yeah, they already paid me.
I think it's time to find a new job.
How's piracy sound?
Huh?
Oh, as if they're offering. Last I checked, she still thinks I'm a fucking narc.
And she thinks I'm a fucking weirdo, so there's that.
You are a fucking weirdo, but you are a fucking
Take
weirdo.
someone into your hole once to try and get them to calm down, and they shove your face into it.
You should say that less in public. I'm just letting you know.
What?
Shoving people's faces in your holes.
He just shrugs and walks off.
I'm not here to kink shame. All right.
Just kink asking why.
Yeah. She'll eventually go try and find probably a very annoyed Mia at some point later, or maybe more chilled out Mia.
Mia at this point is has like opened up the top of like the control panel in the cockpit and is sort of like reaching down into it and is like trying to grab something that has fallen down into it and will like look up at you, just kind of arm stuck into this like mechanical bit.
Let me get it.
By all means, she just kind of leans back and
Just
yeah,
slightly
like,
taller.
long arms.
Yeah.
Easily just grabs the wrench that she dropped down there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
She offers it and then pulls it back for a sec. I want an apology. You called me a narc earlier. I don't appreciate that.
Your bestie over there suffocated me. So, like, I think we're even?
We'll say we're almost there. And she hands it back. Mm,
She'll like go back to
yeah.
what she was working on.
Yeah.
And she's like trying to open one of the like interior panels to get to like the black box.
Mm, and if
What do
it,
you want?
I guess I want to ask what you want at this point.
She kind of stops. I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't quite
Well,
assessed that far yet.
I mean, I can tell from the discussion I heard from afar that you definitely want to throttle Taruk's neck. That much is for sure. For certain.
Always.
Yes.
What
the sentiment is
the
mutual.
fuck is wrong with him?
Oh, just one of the most brutally honest people you'll ever meet in your entire life. Yeah, it's viscerally candid, but refreshing in an age when people are often hiding behind faces of one another.
I think I would rather just like really good liars. I think I would just rather live among snakes than whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're unfortunately used to it. It's like a fungus.
No.
I
Honestly, I didn't really expect to find other survivors, so
Yeah.
I'm just focusing on that, and she'll like go back to what she was doing.
Yeah.
Just focusing on that right now and not really thinking about anything else. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. Well, I swore to an ancient god. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on with her anymore, but not the gods I'm used to, but told her that I was watching over her acolyte.
Oh God.
Yeah, well, didn't believe me the first time, so I figured I'd bring it to light a second time. So,
Yeah.
what do you need to get this up and running?
Honestly, just time. I think between the 8 of us, we can probably get her put together, but we'll need provisions while we're here. We can't go to town. We can't go to Fort Pine, at least. With what's here, and she'll finally get the panel off the black box and be able to pull that out and kind of unhook it. With what's here, we'll probably be able to get it at least skyworthy and without. Hopefully, he said that y'all cured the dragon.
Yeah.
And that she was like gone.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe the story if I told you, honestly, and so, yeah.
Point is, we could probably get it to Odia without worrying about getting taken down again. But
yeah.
do the rest of our repairs there. That'll take time and money, and we can probably work for some of that. I could work for some of that.
I might have to see. I might have a friend that's out in Fort Pine that might be able to keep everything on the down low, send some information our way. If he's gone there, I have no idea where the fuck he went to. Wasn't no idea of, but who knows now?
What kind of friend?
Goes by the name of Rufus.
Rufus, the tech guy?
You know Rufus?
Yeah, I know that fucker.
Yeah, everyone should know that fucker. He's the
That's
best.
me 10 gold.
Yeah, checks out. Well,
I
maybe
mean,
this would be a start.
Owes everyone 10 gold. That's just.
Yeah.
That's just the start of any relationship with Rufus.
Yeah, it has to be.
He loses a bet and just sticks that way for the rest of his fucking life.
Yeah, he's always trying to sell you junk after that point. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
He literally got me to buy technology for the first time in my life. I hate him so much. So much.
Oh, you're one of those.
Yeah, I'm one of those. I don't
Oh,
like,
you're one of those.
this is all icky to me. I don't
How
like
did
this.
I think you were cool?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's rude. You know it.
Yeah, that's kind of my natural state of being.
Yeah. Surprised you and Turbo don't get along better. You two are just.
What the fuck is wrong with you? That's my only. What the fuck is wrong?
And I think there's a lot more under that we haven't peeled away. But look, I'll do whatever I can. Honestly, I
I don't expect to see you after today. I figured you were just going to Oof.
Why? I literally promised to God I'd protect you. Why does that stop after today?
Oh, like you meant it.
Yes, I actually meant that.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Oh. Look.
This crew is a walking disaster. I love them to death, but
Have you seen the crew I'm running with? Good gods. Like.
Oh, you're like with them.
Yes and no. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a thing. Look, I know there's a lot of distrust between us, like Omarans and the Galactics and all that. I know that there's a lot of history with that, but in spite of Taruk being himself and the craziness of the other two, they are decent people who, if you have them on your side, they will fight to the death for you.
Well, they ain't gonna be on my side anytime soon, so
Well.
you know.
I'm on your side, and they're on my side. So there.
Yeah. I'm just glad that some of the rest of them are okay.
Yeah. Mm.
We're about half of what we were, but
We tried. I'm
half
sorry.
is better than one, right?
Yeah, we tried. It was chaos and just a lot happening at once. So
Was it the same as when you found me?
similar.
Some of them died and some of them didn't.
Yeah. Some of them we weren't able to get light to them properly, and so we weren't able to. We don't know. I don't know for sure if they're actually dead. I don't know if they're just. I have some theories, but I don't know for sure.
She tucks the black box that she got under her arm. I mean, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that I thought you were a narc. I am sorry.
Well, just to solidify that, she turns around and kind of pulls back some of her hair that didn't all get melted off, and I gotta clip all this anyways. It's fine. And shows this scar on the back of her neck, this very like deep scar, look just a little bit to the left of her spine.
Oh.
Yeah. That's where my chip was. Fuck the DC.
God, did you like rip that out with your nails? What the fuck? And she'll like reach up and kind of like, sorry, as if she was going to touch it, and then like kind of.
It's okay.
What the fuck did you do?
Oh, I know. I absolutely used a dagger to dig that shit out.
Good God.
Yeah. No, I was not going to be there.
And she'll like turn around, like pull her own hair back, and there's just like surgical scalpel, like this tiny line. Like,
That's much cleaner.
God, you just ask somebody with a scalpel, and they just dig that shit right out. What did you do? What are there more than one of those? Good God.
No, it's just the one. It's just, it's hard to get it for yourself from the back. It's fine. I made do. I was on the run and I didn't want to be tracked. I had to take several ships.
I
had to take several ships in order to make sure I got home without anyone noticing me. It took me months to get back.
Where did they send you?
Or didn't they send me? Did you ever...
Did you end up in the program? We all heard about that.
Talking about the primals?
Yeah.
Guilty as charged.
Oh my.
Yeah. Yeah.
You poor son of a bitch.
Yep, that's me. Yeah.
Oh.
Good times.
No, they almost hit our whole crew with that, and we're no.
No, you all were the smart ones.
Well.
Yeah.
Smart.
She kind of just looked out at the crew that's bumbling around. Yeah, smart.
Mutiny might not always be the smart option.
Yeah.
But
just give us a chance. at least prove ourselves to be proven wrong.
I mean, we're gonna stay and camp out here, but
Yeah.
if you want to come by back and help, sure.
I gotta. How much? We're like a few days away from Fort Pine.
You're like, call it 3 days there.
Mm-hmm.
3 days to get there.
3 days to get there. I gotta complete this job with the caravan.
Mm-hmm.
Once I get the rest of my money, I can look around and see if I've got any more friends in Port Pine and see if they can send some supplies your way.
I mean, we still have, most of the kitchen is intact. A lot of the fresh stuff is long rotted, but there's all that like shitty freeze-dried shit that you keep in like the back and you hope you never have to use.
Oh,
yeah,
God, yeah.
there's some of that left, so we'll be fine for a week
How
or
many
so.
freeze-dried peas?
The giant tub of pancake batter. Oh.
Oh, it's just goop after a while.
Well, it's just a powder.
Oh, yeah. Well, after even just putting water in it, just it's not right. It's just not natural.
It's not fucking right. I think I saw a blackberry patch at least back there, so you know, we can forage for stuff.
Can you?
Sunshine used to be like that was like his deal, so.
Oh, I gotta talk to Sunshine.
But
What a delightful name.
he's a delight and I hate him.
Yeah. Yeah. Love to hate them. All right. Well.
Thank you.
Yeah. I heard you told your story, and I saw a lot of myself in it, and I couldn't let that. I couldn't let what happened to me happen to you again. So, because the more you try and break out, the more you the thicker the shackles they put on. She kind of like goes to instinctually just kind of rub her wrists.
Mia's brow kind of furrows, but she doesn't like comment on that.
It's all right.
Can you keep your dude from poking around?
Yeah, I'll go talk to him.
I didn't ask him to help.
God's above and below. Yeah, I'll go see if I can.
Just distract him.
Yeah.
I don't want to like cause another scene with that one. That takes so much energy. Just like distract him. But thanks.
Sure.
And at this point, it is getting to be earlier in the morning or later in the morning.
All right.
Sun is kind of peeking up.
All right. So we can say that we took a short rest.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Everyone except for Taruk, because
Yeah.
Taruk was doing stuff.
Taruk is being a fucking snoop.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, Thramas is probably just spending time with Childria.
Children.
18,
Yeah. And
21.
I'm trying to understand Draconic.
It's difficult. Your brain is having trouble translating.
Mm-hmm.
But there are certain. It's not even like how one language will morph into another, where there are certain like root words.
Mm-hmm.
But there are certain sounds almost that resonate on a frequency that carries understanding between the two of you, and you have never felt anything like this before, even with the Bravish. This is new and a little terrifying, but you spend quite a bit of time with Chaldril, and she's very curious about everything and will ask about everything, even things that she's asked about before, like just because she wants to hear the explanation again and just like wants to like hear stuff again.
Yeah,
I love her so much.
There is between the two of you, constant stream of communication. There are no down moments. There is no silence.
Yeah.
She listens very rapidly when you speak, but as soon as you're done speaking, she's on some tangent and then will ask some question, and then it just keeps going. But
yeah, Thramas will probably explain one, or if the question comes up multiple times, probably try to explain it in different ways.
Okay.
From the last time as well.
Good. But after a while, there's really nothing more for you all to help with. And there's a little bit of a convening. What would you like to do?
We should probably return to camp and see how they're doing.
They should have actually moved on without us. So we should march to where we were and then trek forward.
Just real quick, I want to give Sunshine my communication details.
Give him the deets.
Yeah.
You can exchange Snapchat. No, you can exchange ways to get in contact with one another.
I tell him if he needs advice on anything mechanical.
He's
or
very
computer
appreciative.
systems. let me know.
Once you get your device fixed.
Are you guys gonna come back?
I got it salvaged with pieces from their ship.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna come back by, or is this?
I don't really know. I actually think they're over there talking about that right now.
Oh, there you are.
Yes.
Where you been sinking off to?
I've been surveying their ship. It seems like it's
Sunshine
mostly
looks like
from-
he's gonna join the conversation. Like Mia calls him over. Oh, he
That's
just.
Is that Sunshine? He looks like such a kind.
he's a delight.
Looks like a delightful person. Too much sunshine. It's like looking at the sun, but seems very nice.
Yes, I was surveying their ship. And I look around. I'm just any of their crew anywhere within earshot. I've also been trying to make sure that the information we have on them is correct. So I've been doing a little bit of checking up, trying to make sure they're okay.
Did you start?
Don't whisper. I can't hear you in the microphone.
Oh,
Stage
sorry.
whisper.
Sorry.
There's no waveforms.
Did you? You didn't take anything, did you? Just
No, I copied. Well, yes. And no.
so you did.
I didn't take. Mostly, I just copied data. I did take. I found some coins and some and the credit stick that I took, but that could have been easily lost within the run. So
I suppose it could have been fairly.
Mia owes me for a goddamn data pad, and I'm taking it. Sorry, but I'm not sorry.
I didn't think you were. Right. Well, I'm just going to gloss over that one in particular. Just know, though, I went to bat for all of you. If we want... I have my obligations, obviously. I have to... I promised to God that I was going to take care of her. At least make sure that she doesn't die.
Technically, it was a command from a god, and I believe it was directed at all of
I
us.
feel... Yeah.
It felt directed at all of us.
Yeah, I think you're just trying to make yourself feel special.
It was not directed at me.
No, I know.
Anyway.
Regardless, I promised her I would. So
I don't know how many times I need to say this. None of them seem to believe me, but I hope that you will understand. I have no intention on turning them.
Oh, on turning me in?
No.
Yeah.
Well, do you have bounty too?
Probably.
No, I don't have any intention on turning any of these people in. Unless what I find they did is above and beyond.
Depends on what your definition of that is, because that's a slippery slope. If you,
Whatever I find, I will bring to the group and we will make a decision.
yes, please do, because I think that they're...
Even if I wanted to do something about them, I wouldn't be able to without your help. So,
I think the long and short of their activities were involved with fucking over the Domos Collective.
right, and I believe that,
Yeah.
and if that's the case, I have no problems with it. But I'm just trying to make sure.
Well,
You do know, like, the general, like, the usual reputation of the Domos Collective is very, like, they're a very generous and kind organization. They're just a large and far-reaching military organization. So, like,
yeah,
that being what it is, fucking over the Domos Collective could mean a lot of things.
Taruk's opinion is very much of a
Fucking
the large organisms within any ecosystem, be it biological ecosystem or sociological ecosystem, you're going to have other things that take advantage of them and that use them for survival.
Okay.
It's not my job to pull the parasites off, especially if it's not killing the thing.
Okay.
So as long as they're not doing like horrendous things,
Okay.
and they're just messing with an organization, I don't really give a fuck.
Cool. Cool.
But if they're like, helping support people that, cause genocides, there's a different story involved with
Yeah.
that. But for the most part, just general stuff like that, like fraud, embezzling, stealing, whatever.
Yeah.
Cool.
They'll
Yeah.
survive without that.
True presence of dark web. He doesn't care.
Cool.
They'll survive without that, 100,000 credits that they stole.
Yeah.
That's nothing to the Domus Collective. So,
You don't have any particularly favorable feelings towards the Domus Collective?
Not really.
Didn't think so. You?
No.
Insects.
yeah. Natural 20, bitch.
I rolled like garbage.
Okay, give me a second.
I got a 27.
I
Just
rolled
make
3.
the appropriate roll.
That would be yes.
I
You
rolled
know
that
what?
shit.
He's a
You know
Domus
what? We just
Collective
had a
spy.
We just had a short rest, didn't we?
Yeah, you did.
You did.
And I dropped my dice.
Yeah, I should have used my.
I
Cosmic
can
insight,
use
yeah.
cosmic insight.
Yeah, I should have. I didn't call it.
You did not.
I rolled it.
Here to double check. Double check.
I'm not used to having that ability.
Yeah. Oracles are dope. I'm so glad we have 2 of them.
God damn it! Why does this ability? I think that's almost the exact same roll I did earlier when I tried to hit the fucking
Bestie, no.
13.
So we got a natural 20 and
A total of 27.
total of 27,
9.
a 9,
And a 10.
and a 10. So
I think it worked out perfect
He
that
fools them, but I'm like...
Taruk is
Laser.
on it. How are you feeling about them, Hayes? What vibe does Taruk get from that?
I mean, I kind of purposely had the pause.
Yeah.
Because he was kind of like going over things in his head, and he's like, no.
So kind of unsure, but not
A
necessarily
little
like
bit. Kind of like a.
it's a
no.
developing opinion.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a little.
There is more information behind that, Taruk, that you're not privy to. You don't know what may inform that pause, but there is.
May just be unsure.
Not for, but not against.
But it doesn't seem like a straight up lie that he
No.
is working for them. Like
It
I don't
seems
get
like-
that feeling.
Hesitance.
Okay.
Like, new information has come to light that I haven't processed. Kind of deal.
It seems so now that we are kind of
Of the same mind?
yes.
Well, if you want, I went to bat for us, like I said. If you guys want to see what this is all about, you're by all means welcome to follow me, or I can complete my job and drop you off at Fort Pine Point, like I promised. It's up to you.
Well, I have to help complete the job anyways. I am security.
You are.
I have a reason to go to Fort Pine Point, so
Yeah.
that is why I was with the caravan to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
As I told you, I wouldn't mind a nice hot meal and a place to sleep.
Alright, well, go back to Fort Pine Point, finish the job, get some food, hot bath.
You hear a big ooh from Hayes' stomach.
Ooh,
get a
yeah.
meal. And, yeah, I think that sounds good. We'll go from there.
At this point, you all are about hitting a level of exhaustion just from being up all night and the wild chases and the fight and now that the adrenaline has kind of evened out from that whole fight, each of you roll a Constitution save. I should do this the way it's supposed to be done, I guess.
Oh god, I got a nat 20.
Actually, can I cosmic insight this one?
Sure, fuck it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Can I cosmic insight this?
No.
Damn it.
Wow. So that's a 5 or a 5? Plus 4, so total of 9.
I will roll like shit when I use my cosmic insight, like you now have.
Mm-hmm.
Or I will roll an 18.
Well, DC 15.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
those of you who don't hit the DC 15, because,
2 of them.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you two both hit level of exhaustion.
That's fine.
But everyone will be... You two will be making this save again by the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess we do a forced march back to the caravan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright?
As we walk off, I just start going into this whole proposal of communication systems.
Is Tildril following us?
Sheldon? Yeah, she'll come with you.
Alright.
She's, this whole time, even through that discussion, she was like holding your hands, Throbless, and just like wide-eyed. Like, so I imagine that conversation happened in Galactic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Everything that you said, Throbless, she understood,
Mhm.
sort of, in that kind of weird, vibey way where she doesn't understand the words but understands the emotion behind them. But she's just like wide-eyed watching from person to person through that whole conversation, and then as you're headed down and Taruk is talking about a communication system, she had no idea what you're saying, but she's just like wide-eyed, like watching you. It's a little disconcerting,
Yeah.
honestly.
He would say that. He would like stutter to a stop, which is rare for him. Is she okay?
She's fine.
Just blinking at you. Very slow blinks, like a cat.
She's a little girl. What?
Does that not seem creepy to you?
No.
Do the eyes not seem creepy to you?
We've already established
In
that is very
Celestial
creepy.
2, Throbless, what does it say?
He
What does
thinks
the shiny one say?
he's afraid of you.
Oh.
It's okay.
Just kind of like looks down.
Should be afraid.
Yeah. Dramos will pat her on the shoulder and the head and just like, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with being in fear.
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't want to be scary.
What did you say to her?
What?
Why is she
Yeah,
upset?
why is she crying?
She's
He's
not
afraid.
like crying, she's like
Oh.
whining.
Oh.
The truth.
I mean, she did
I mean-
melt me, and then she's staring at me creepily. I have the right to be a little afraid, I think.
And I told her that you are afraid of her. You are afraid of this child.
Yes, you're afraid of
And
a
she's
child.
just like quivering lower lip, like looks so upset about it.
Oh.
A child that could melt me in a single breath, yes.
A child,
yes.
Look
I
at
understand.
her.
She's just looking down.
Hey.
You are fine.
No, Jars, you're mighty. You're very, very strong.
I want to be friendly.
You can be both. You can be very strong and very friendly.
Okay.
Alright.
She just perks right up.
That was easy.
And there's nothing wrong with being fearsome. And then, yeah, exactly.
You got it.
Thronos will.
And like that is universal in all language. Just that little.
Yeah,
It
and
spits out a little bit of acid.
Thronos will pull out Thuzu as well.
Oh no.
She doesn't seem to really react to Thuzu. Just go, just like general curiosity, like she has to everything, but not like the general wonder and excitement that children usually have. But
And
That's kind of what I expected. Yeah.
yeah,
And then we'll probably explain Thuzu to them as well.
cool. And you guys are walking back towards the main road.
Walking and talking.
I would like a survival check. Either two people can make it, or one person can get advantage.
One
I'm
person
pretty
walking.
good at survival.
So am I.
Cammy's like kind of goes up towards the front and is like still kind of limping with some
1 and
burns.
1 since I'm at disadvantage.
Yeah. That'd probably be good.
11 or 9, so that's a 16.
I got a 18.
Nice. You managed not to get lost, especially with Hayes being able to like
He could
fly
like,
up and get an aerial
check
view
things,
and come back down. And
Thuzy
you're
is
able
doing the same
to
thing as well.
angle yourselves so you don't walk through the temple again, and you can catch the caravan starting to roll on the open road down below you in the valley, and you can kind of angle yourselves a little more.
Gotcha.
East.
I could kind of use message to like send down little like, oh nope, they're heading more this way, and just little updates.
Yeah, so you're able to guide them down a kind of more sloping path that goes toward the east end of that cliff face, and kind of winds down. And by midday or so, because you're like angling to catch them and you had some time in the morning, by midday or so you can catch up with the rest of the caravan. And if you don't mind me skipping a little bit of time,
Totally fine.
you spend a couple more days on the road.
Doing so many studies on data I've collected over the last little bit.
We'll get to that in a second. The first night that you finally go to sleep with the caravan again, either in tents or out under the stars, as you will, some other members are offering with how hurt you all are to take watch. Amber and others. So each of you are able to sleep that night, the whole night through. Each of you find yourselves in this sort of golden landscape that seems to be a springtime version of the temple that you had seen in the middle of the night. And it's midday, you can hear all sorts of bird song and animals around you, and there is in the center of that long strip of clover, in the center of that clearing, a long table that has been set up and has been set with plates for each of you and one other person. And at each of these plates is a feast, and like across the whole table is this feast of ripened fruits and just beautifully prepared dishes of all kinds of dishes that you recognize, Cami, as cultural dishes from your home, and then also things that you don't recognize as food from Daru, and food that you have seen on your travels that you remember from. There's actually a stew, like a big pot of stew that you remember being cooked by someone who was in your previous group, Throneless. A kindly older woman who always was very gentle with you. Hayes, you see something that Lex used to make often at this table. Like each of you can pick out not only the stuff that other people see, but something from your home.
God, did we die? Did we just die? Go to heaven?
And emerging from this kind of golden haze at the edges of this scene, don't you wave? Emerging from the edges is what looks to be a kindly older satyr gentleman. And each of you, without knowing how you know, recognizes this man as the figure from the bottom of the well. Or at least his spirit. And he kind of stands at the head of the table. Good evening, dear ones. Please, 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 sit. Oh, you look exhausted.
What is going on?
Oh, worry not, is it? It's just a dream. There's no real sustenance to any of this, I'm afraid, but
That's unfortunate.
it's a thanks from all of us.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All of us.
Do you mean the others that were at the temple?
Those spirits that were trapped there. There's much I can't explain. I don't quite understand all of it, but sit, eat.
Hayes
Enjoy.
very warily and kind of like hesitantly kind of sits down and kind of like glances about the place.
If anyone would like to, you may roll an insight check since you're suspicious motherfuckers.
Woo! Insight for all.
So that begs the next question of, would we have our cosmic insight back?
Sure,
Okay, cool. Then I would like to use that.
sure.
And would I be able to guide myself?
Fuck it, why not?
Or no.
Went from a 2 to a 9 with a +4. So
Plus-
that's a 20.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't use my cosmic insight, so I didn't screw myself, I guess. 17?
Okay.
I rolled me a natural 1, so that's a 7 total. But I
Great.
think that she's not really in the mood to question it, honestly.
9.
Okay.
Taruk
The two-
is in the mood to question it and doesn't believe what he senses.
Cool.
Great. The two oracles clock that he is absolutely what he says he is. He is the spirit of an acolyte. And he just seems kind and almost a little embarrassed that this is all he can offer. But he will sit down at the head of the table, and at each place there is a little name card. You are set up to sit next to each other. Taruk, your spot is directly next to him, on his right-hand side. And Cammy, you're on his left. But
I'll sit, but I'm not touching a single scrap of food or drink.
he will point to the dish from Daru that seems weird. Is this from... I don't recognize this. Is this what your mind brought up?
Probably it's from my homeworld, but I don't.
Looks delicious, and he'll
This is in my
scoop some onto his
head,
plate.
and I don't like that.
I'll have to start rolling with those kinds of punches on this world as Cammy starts scooping a little bit onto a plate for herself.
Yeah, Thermos will probably take a slice of everyone's dish from
Mhm.
home.
Good.
Just to,
Good, just to try
Just to
it,
try
just
it,
a
yeah.
sample.
yeah.
Ever tried Displacer Beast before?
Yes.
Well, have you ever tried it seasoned this way, though?
I've had it raw.
Let's try it seasoned and see how you like it. And she scoops a, like a big,
And
bit of steak.
we're not concerned that this is actually some sort of evil spirit trying to
Oh,
trap us or
we're
possess
absolutely
us.
fucked if that's the case. It doesn't matter anyways. We're already trapped in that world, so.
Yeah, fuck it, we survived a dragon today.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
All right.
I
It makes sense to him.
Yeah.
If
Here's
they're
everything
already in
time.
my head, I'm fucked if they
Yeah.
mean me harm.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. He'll start eating, and he'll start explaining the dish, the dishes from Daru as well.
Okay.
Hayes will kind of pull forth a dish that's very similar to what Lex would have made and kind of dishes out a little bit, and it's kind of a little bittersweet. And
Against a lot of the rest of them, it does almost look a little bit sad, but there's so much heart in it.
there it is. And he'll kind of take a little bit, just kind of take a bite, and he'll have a little smile, maybe a little tear, because
Oh.
Mind if I have
And-
a bite?
Of course. See what you think.
Mm-hmm.
I know
What
you've
just
would
reached
Lex
over and
have
took some.
made
Oh
with
gosh.
what you all had at the station?
Oh no, it would not have. It wouldn't have been anything close to like what Cammy would have had. It would have been kind of like stuff that's not with the best ingredients. Maybe like a sort of stew, but like the ingredients maybe a little more stale. But it's definitely
Like a pantry soup.
just kind of like a
with
whatever
canned
you-
veggies.
Yes.
And whatever you happen to have on
Yeah.
hand.
It's
basically.
definitely not as good as what you make,
Hmm.
but it's
You have an everything stew. It's not loving it, though. Just needs a little bit more garlic. Everything needs more garlic.
The dishes from Daru would probably be on some really, like, exquisitely filigreed dishes. Like plates and stuff.
Mhm.
Okay.
Like, unnecessarily fancy.
Mhm.
Okay.
He doesn't explain why.
Mm.
But
Good.
he explains everything about the dish and what the food is and everything.
Cammy would have displacer beast steaks in front of her from the story I wrote you.
Oof.
Yep, I did
Yeah,
recognize
with
that.
with a very nice, well varietied salad on the side. Yeah. Never thought I'd get to eat this again. Those fuckers are hard to kill.
Gamey, I imagine.
A little bit.
So this is actually what it tastes like in real life.
Oh yes, absolutely. Pretty close.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of gamey, the flavor gets away from you a little bit.
Yeah, not after I've stabbed them. They don't get away from me that easy.
So, you all. How can we even begin to thank you all? Well,
This is a nice gesture.
I appreciate it.
Ooh.
A lot has been plaguing us as of late.
Mhm. There's been a lot happening on this world.
Aye.
Yeah.
So,
Actually, I do have a question.
Of course.
Normally, technology goes wrong around me.
Yes, you've got the
Yes. Lately, that hasn't been happening. Do you know what's about this planet that has calmed that magic? Because if so, I would like to take it with me.
Well, you see, it's. I was never a technology man myself.
Mm-hmm.
There was this sort of. I get bits from the world as it is now. To be honest with you all, I died about a while ago. I'm dead.
Yes.
This is a bit of my last hurrah. But I do hear bits of the world as it is. There's this bit called radio.
Yes.
Sometimes the waves, and I heard there was some professor who was talking about this on the road, and I heard all about this. Sometimes you can send a wave that is the opposite of a wave that's being sent from another direction, and they sort of cancel each other out, and there's no waves anymore, I think is what he said.
That makes sense.
I think that might be similar with you. There's a certain resonance that comes off of you that is opposite of what is happening here, and they cancel each other out.
interesting.
What will
I have no idea. That's a shot in the dark.
who was this did you get the name that perhaps I could look up this? I really want
Professor?
to talk.
Oh, no.
I really would like to talk to this professor to try and understand what he knew that I don't.
Oh, no, this was... Oh, what year is it? That doesn't matter. This was years ago. Yes, I've been dead for a minute.
Yeah. What was your name? I mean, never got it.
Names don't matter anymore, do they?
Yeah. To be remembered ever so often is nice. Be thought of.
I was Taglio.
Heck, well met. Well, Taglio, we appreciate this at the very least, and if you, whatever answers you have for us, we appreciate. If not,
Oh, I'm afraid I won't have any of those.
Do you see the smoke that follows me?
Your shadow, you mean? I'd be wary of that.
Am I?
Just be wary.
Right.
Not much I can say. But it'll steer you in the right directions, but maybe not for the right reasons.
Good to know.
It's just an old man's opinion. Seeing shadows is never a good thing. I might be wrong.
I hope you are, but
It seemed to guide you to what you needed.
yeah, it's gotten me here so far, so haven't found a reason to doubt it yet, but
Fair.
yeah.
Fair point.
This could be very bad.
What?
What is that?
This isn't really happening, right? This is in a dream or a hallucination.
Well, it
or
depends on
something.
your definition of real, doesn't it?
Something that could be recorded. None of this would be recorded.
Recorded by what?
Me.
Well, when we wake up, we can ask each other if we remember this.
I mean, you can write it down. That's a record.
Nothing here is real though. What would I write down?
No, when you wake up and you write it down.
I don't know if I'll remember in the morning.
Oh, you'll remember. You'll remember if it matters.
details. I rely pretty heavily on recordings.
Well, that just doesn't seem smart, does it?
I don't really have an option.
Cammy has like a mouthful of salad, is like pointing her fork at him, like he's right.
Don't really have much of a choice.
Why is that?
Yeah, why is that?
I can remember vaguely, but details escape me very easily. I rely heavily on recordings.
No.
Why is that, honey?
I just knock on the metal side of my skull.
Do you mind me asking what happened?
Well, I died. Briefly.
That's
Well, almost. Kind of, technically.
some kind of a big deal.
You may have to remind me of what happened here if I don't remember.
Are you able to submit I believe Lex called it a manual entry?
We're not actually physically interacting with anything. I would have to remember to enter that when I wake up, and I don't know if I will.
Then we can maybe assist.
Just, if I don't remember, remind me. As much detail as you can remember.
Alright.
I'm sorry, I interrupted the conversation.
Oh, that's quite alright.
Something about the shadow?
Yeah.
I mean, everything has a shadow.
Mine's a little different.
There's a lot about you that's different.
Yeah.
Okay, I asked Amber this and she seemed to get really annoyed with me, but your skill is very weird and I would love to have a sample of it.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for asking, though.
I mean, I'm not going to, unless you're unconscious and potential health
Still
risk,
don't
I'm
do
not going
that.
to take samples from someone without the
You know?
or at least the requirement.
I feel like if I'm unconscious, that implies that I am not giving consent to
I said, and causing a health risk.
Ah, well, there you go.
If you potentially were going to be carrying a plague, I would take a blood sample.
Oh.
Make sure you were not carrying a plague. But
It's alright.
why are we here? What is going on?
Yeah. This
This
is...
is a thank you.
For saving you. No, not you, but the temple.
For some time ago, there was a bit of a plague that came through. It actually
The
came
blue
through.
eyes.
Yes, it came through a couple of times, and there was something magic about it, and it
Right.
affected the clergy of the temple, and many of them went mad. Many of us went mad, and it ended up infecting the god of Blackhollow, and
Argila.
she was an aspect of the goddess of the wilds, but when she became infected, she was cut off,
Like
quarantined.
a disease limb.
A bit, yes. She's she's been starving ever since. It's been a long time since anyone even knew where her temple was.
I'm pretty sure I was asked to find it.
The memory of how to get here was erased from several of the faithful in order to protect them. But the anchors that have held it here, they were sucked up by the dragon that took residence to the north of us. They're sort of sinks for magic. They suck it up and they purify it and they use it and they expend it out into the world and they purify that magic.
Interesting.
When you burned it out of Chelteril, you burned it out of all of us. And we wanted to thank you.
Including Regina.
Well,
Yes,
they aspect of her, yes.
Good to
Pretty
know.
sure she'd
She's-
still try to kill me if I entered there.
Potentially.
I'm not certain she would remember. She would remember, but you know, she'd forgive.
We'll see.
Very interesting.
Interesting how.
I mean, I figured we were being asked, basically asked to help by the dragons, pointing us in the direction of the dragon. It seemed like a desperate request.
Apologies for how long that took, by the way. I wasn't exactly sure if we were being led to our deaths. Or
It
what
was kind
happening.
Communication is a bit difficult.
They need to learn to talk.
They didn't have faces.
Yeah.
Do they have a way to
They can
write?
write, yeah.
It's
I just point overly emphatic at Haynes.
You know that they had suffered through madness, right? That writing may not have been in their wheelhouse at the time. Maybe that was about all
the
they
fact
had.
that they understood enough to point is a miracle in itself.
Fair point.
I'm the only one of us that kept any sort of lucidity, and I was stuck at the bottom of a pool, protecting what I could.
Yeah,
Cammy just.
I wanted to go in to begin with.
I thought we were being respectful by not going into the pool. She just takes another bite of salad.
And then you went into the pool.
Signals got crossed a bit, and I do
Yeah.
apologise for that. There's not much that we could do when the mistress who controlled us was suffering from her own madness. She's resting now. She no longer has to hold a certain shape, and so she's resting in the hillsides and in the spirits of the flowers and in everything. She's in everything now.
Very good.
She dreams.
Did she get my letter, perhaps? Is she going to be able to read my letter that I gave her?
The spirit of it is there.
Okay.
Words are a bit lost currently.
Okay, fine. I was just really proud because I managed to write it in a way that pertained to both her and you, and it was very clever, and it's fine. It's, they probably still have it with the caravan. Someone had to have found it.
They should.
Anyway,
We digress.
what else?
But
So does the disease end there, or is it still in the world?
there are those that perpetuate it.
What caused it?
That
I've
I
seen
cannot
it.
say.
What's that?
That I cannot say. I apologise.
It's okay. I remember when I was a young girl, and it swept through, and that was one of the only times my mother ever told me to not go out and not be out in the world, that she wanted me sequestered in a way. And that's why I'm curious what's at the heart of it.
That I cannot say. My knowledge was limited. And even now, a lot of it is faded, sticky.
Why is it that the one door at the temple was kind of, I believe, rotted away, but the others seemed fine?
It was a bit of the magic of the temple. It's the bottom's where the infection got in.
I see. Makes sense.
So that fear caused, mingled with the energy of divinity, it created the Minglocks. So they burst forth from that space after it had infected all of us. They were sort of a result of the madness of the disease.
Are those that were unfortunately not vanquished, seemingly with radiant energy, are they gone?
They died, yes.
Most
But-
unfortunate.
Makes sense.
Release is better than the half-life that they lived.
So are like
Very
all
true.
mean locks that have existed, are they gone now? Or just
Oh no, they still
Ah.
exist in the world. They're it's a manifestation of the magic of Fae. Sort of the manifestation of fear when the Fae is too close and the fear is too strong. And so a disease that causes such paranoia is an unfortunate culmination of events. Separate causes but similar source.
That's why everything I tried to connect the dots was the worst possible thing I could think of.
They are the manifestations of
Interesting.
terror
This
in a person.
this is a world of
It's weird.
yeah. It's a weird world.
Weird
It's,
to you. You're
To
weird
me,
to us.
yes.
So
Yes, I can only speak from my perspective.
it's a world
You
of.
can learn to speak from others.
It's also true.
Not if I don't have that perspective.
There's a world of where dreams make reality here. So this, while not seemingly real, is probably about as real as anything else in this world in some regards. The power of will is what governs a lot of our magic here. What do you want to see in the world? Especially when it comes to the fair folk, their realm is one of creation and life, and can manifest both fear and joy. It's a weird place, sometimes, but I love it here.
Wow.
We're glad we could help.
I'm very glad that you came to help. Whatever led you to us, we thank it.
Just thinks about Mia. Run away.
I think it was a bit of. She just looks over to Taruk as she's about to say it. A little bit of intertwining of fate, I think. Whether we believe in it or not, I think it's too strangely coincidental to find ourselves all in the same place.
Fate is merely coincidence for the faithful. It's all what you can make out of it, isn't it?
I suppose that's
You've
right.
made something spectacular. And we thank you.
Well, fate brought us all together, and I think we make a pretty good team, if I do say so myself. We
And
need to
you
work
do
on you
not-
not dying,
Yeah, well-
though.
Hey, can we do something about that where you don't just get like one shot every time? Like that would be.
Have you seen me?
Yeah, your skin and bones, or I don't know.
Just a clarification for future temples that we may or may not stumble upon. Am I allowed to take water from ponds of temples? Is that like a not?
Oh,
Generally,
no.
if you're going to take something from a temple, you need to offer something in return.
Okay.
Make an offering, and with it make a request, and then move on from that. It depends on the
Does it have to
deity
be
that you're.
Does it have to be like a blood offering, like
No.
Mia did? Because
That was a bit of an extreme example.
Would be very easy to follow up, though.
I'm
it
not
would also
going to
help if
approach
I
it.
was
Just
actually talked to. I tried to talk. There's not really a lot to talk anyway.
Yeah.
I will try to remember that if I remember reading this.
But please, eat, enjoy, take of anything of this place. It will not follow you in anything but memory, but I do hope you will enjoy a bit of respite. But if there's nothing else I can answer for you, I do feel my own rest coming.
It is well earned.
Do you... Last thing I wanted to know, if you have an answer for it, why was my mother's name written into the circle surrounding the old king?
I'm afraid I know nothing of your mother.
I understand.
I am not omniscient.
I didn't figure. I wasn't sure if maybe...
I simply know what I knew in life. I
Understand.
apologize.
It's alright. It's just something that's bothered me. She takes another bite of the steak and...
I have a lot of questions, but I don't know if you'll actually be able to answer many of them, and I don't know if I'll remember any of the answers, so I'm just going to pass on that one.
And
say thank
Turkme
you.
gave you a list, and I'm not sure that's exactly.
You can throw it
I
in.
tend to give people
I'm
lists.
tired enough already.
Yeah.
I know. There's a
So
reason-
say we all.
There's a reason I'm not actually asking the questions. Thank you for the food.
He will kind of turn over to you and you're at his side, basically, and clasp your hands in his. And his hands are old and withered, and there's a bit of like tufts of fur coming off of the backs of his hands, and they're going grey. He takes your hands. There is so much more than can be seen through your little screens. There's so much more that they can do to interpret the world around you. If you just have a little bit of faith in it. Understand that not everything that is important can be seen. Not everything that can be seen is important.
I was with you up until that last line. But
Learning to filter out the noise of the world can help you channel certain things that normally you wouldn't ever see. Sometimes it's not what you can see, but what you can ignore. And just like pat the top of your hands and stand up.
you got that right? Okay. Just in case I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But and he'll kind of like pat each of your shoulders as he's moving on.
Rest well.
Aisha,
You've earned it. Thank you for safeguarding the diadem.
I'm glad it came to good use. Created out of nothing but faith.
Created a miracle, is what it did. Rest. You've earned it.
And he'll pat you on the shoulder and
Mm-hmm.
give like a bow to you, Ramos.
Hmm.
You will get the answers you seek. Not in the places you expect.
I've come to expect that.
Good. Oh. There is something to certain connections. I see a bit of a glimmer in you. Lines connecting to others that you've made. I know not what it means, but there's something. You're on a good path, I think. Questions that you have asked of the wrong places, but are the right questions. They will be answered. And he'll just like pat you on the shoulder and move on towards the tree. And he leaves you to your feast. And he leaves you to your evening. And as each of you slowly are satisfied, you feel that you can stand up and walk in the opposite direction that he had gone and return back to wakefulness at your leisure. And as you each do so, and you wake to a little later morning than you are used to, you spend a little more time in rest, in very, very good rest. Each of you wakes up with this memory and this understanding that it is the same across all of you. Taruk, I would like you to roll a wisdom save.
Holy shit.
A third natural 20, I believe, in a row for 27.
That fucks.
It does, in fact, fuck.
You are
That is,
correct.
as the kids say.
Crystal clear in my mind.
Perfectly clear. And as you go to look in your files, there is a separate file from the rest of your like kind of memory gets broken up into time blocks, and like it's this file of however many hours or whatever.
Right.
There is a special file that has been automatically tagged in whatever like catalog system you have in your brain of the entire night from this almost third person view. It's not from your own eyes.
That's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Ta-da.
Cammy, you are the last to wake up. And just as you're getting up and walking towards the exit of this temple, something grabs your hand gently, and you turn around, and Taglio is again behind you, but his eyes are a different color. They're this vibrant green, and he speaks in a different voice, in a low voice. Child of the gate, do not be afraid. Trust, but do not trust. Close your eyes, and you will see. There is more to your lineage than you know. Take care. And just with that, Taglio seems to fade into this sort of mist and just spread out into the ground. And he's gone.
Candace is bewildered.
But you wake up. You all have a few more days of travel before you arrive at Fort Pine Point. And that is how we end the season. Before we get into season 2, there will be a couple of days of downtime. Let me know what you all do in that time, and we will start season 2 on that note. But
Good shit.
on that note, thank you all for joining us for this little journey, for the conclusion of the first arc of Paper Stars. I hope you all have more questions than answers.
Yep, that is 100% correct.
Nope.
Nope.
Everything's been answered.
Great.
Not a single question left.
Great. Final season.
That's it.
Wait,
It
One
is-
season in a
answers
movie.
answers are the ones where the end of the question mark, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah.
only questions.
Yeah,
no
that's-
answers.
that's it.
Cool. Cool.
I got them backward. I'm
Oops,
sorry.
all questions.
Oops, all questions.
That's an episode title.
Yeah, hold on.
Thank you all for joining us. We hope you have a wonderful night, a wonderful week, a wonderful several months before we see you again. Please keep an eye on our Twitter account for all sorts of updates. towards the Patreon, towards season 2, towards one-shots. We're very excited to get all that out to you over the break, and we will see you again soon.
Boy.
Bye.
Bye.